sorts. There were undead dragons involved. Um, there were several hundred undead soldiers involved. There were the sisters involved, and who knows what the hell they are. The Baron of Arnhem was involved. Like a messenger of death was involved. One of the Reapers. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, there was a giant personification of fire in the form of a magma worm that was involved. Good times. Um, what ended up happening was bad things. You guys were forced to retreat from the battle after Telamon ended up fighting the Blue Wizard from the Arnhem tournament and getting fairly resoundingly thrashed due to his kind of building up wounds over the course of the journey. And I believe it was Telamon, Powacord, and Heru Deshret who fled the battle, while Fergus, in his new undead form, stayed behind. Oh, there's Heru. To hold off what he could of the undead, including some fearsome creatures known as Bodaks. There was a very, very nasty struggle between Fergus and Satal, and that ended up with basically the party fracturing and nobody really knowing what was going on. Satal ended up dying, and then not dying, coming back to life before the fleeing party member's eyes is some sort of odd personification of fire, and attempting to kill Heru Deshret and destroy the staff known as the Axis Mundi. Heru Deshret was in fact killed, or at least it seemed to be the case, and the battle did not go well at all. Telamon lost control of his magic and froze himself, and Powacord was flung about as Satal actually used the Axis Mundi against them. Meanwhile, Fergus bravely dueled the undead Baron of Arnhem, and emerged triumphant, but rather ragged and surrounded by his foes, and I think more menacingly the Reaper, which had been representing Death himself in the endeavor. That was the last we saw of Fergus. Eventually, Telamon and Powacord were able to overcome Satal, and even though Death didn't really seem to take to him very well, he kept coming back. They eventually killed him, and gathering up Heru and your few scant belongings, you started making your way to the last beacon that was visible within range. During the course of the battle, Tolston Graves, who had been attempting to help Heru and the others, disappeared during Satal's onslaught. You have not seen him since. You've had no contact with Demas, who was last seen battling three rather titanous dragon and / worm-like figures. You guys are fairly ragged at the moment. And so we come upon what is potentially your destination. You stand in the crux of two mountains, and before you lies this structure.
Oh, by the way, I want to make a note. As we were going back into the mountains, I would have picked up the melted lump of iron that was my loot and taken it with me. Because I am going to rebuild it.
Make it into a pick.
Gotta reforge it at this point, it sounds like.
We will rebuild it. We will make it stronger. But do we have the technology and the know-how? Maybe not. So, yeah, you guys, you three stand before this structure. I think one of you saw it in a vision. I think it might have been Haru, or it might have been Telemon.
I think it was me, actually. I remember I casted Revelation on I think the columns, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so dug out into kind of a cleft in the mountains is kind of a ramshackle wooden fort. It's not very big. The back literally goes into the carved out section of the mountains, and you can see 2 lit torches out front, and there are 3 ragged, worn banners hanging over the sides. You see no signs of life aside from the torches, and there's not even really a path leading up to the front. It doesn't look like this is well used at all. So, what did the 3 of you do?
I can't believe that's the fort hero. You think we should investigate?
I believe I'm gonna look to Telemon and well, actually, I a quick question. Would my unwavering sense to Telemon's destiny help here? I'm trying to get back up.
This is indeed the place you have been seeking. It is not. You do not get the feeling this is your final destination.
Okay, in that case, I will share that I believe that is where we need to go for now to Telemon, and I will start heading out that way. Sorry, I'm trying to get all my tabs back open right now.
What, all 100 of them? That might take you a while.
Yes, well, I suppose we should approach it then. We will need to make some better time than we have so far.
So you approach the structure?
Indeed.
Likely in a hurried step, given what's behind us.
Not. I think if you look back, you have crossed over the ridge, so you can no longer see where the battle took place. You know you're probably a couple miles ahead. You don't know if you lost the forces or whatever, but you are definitely not within sight any longer. You crossed that ridge.
Has anyone seen Tolston?
That's a good question. Have we seen Tolson?
No, you were unconscious when this happened, and I think Telemon was frozen. But I think maybe he got a glimpse of part of this, at least because he was partially frozen when it happened, and then he got full frozen, and I know Power Cord saw a little bit of it. He seemed to emerge from the shadows and do battle with Satal, and then go back into the shadows, and then Satal did something with the staff, and Tolston never came back.
Uh-oh.
I'm just kind of like probably limping and bleeding all over right now. So
are you using the remnants of your loot as like a walking implement?
Maybe.
Yeah. So
but I'm going
can
to
each
ask
of you?
Harry, I'm gonna say, hey Harry, you got any more of that magic gold?
I think you look over and Haru, you're at like how much? You don't have to tell me how much HP you are, but you're like still on death's door, are you not?
Moderately beat up, about halfway. To be honest,
Okay.
I'm not looking too great, but not looking too bad. I totally would would attempt to go over and give. If it looks like we have a second without being immediately chased, I might try to go over and help Power Cord.
Yeah, you haven't seen anybody else for like the last hour or so.
Okay, yeah. Haru will definitely go over and say that. Hold still for a moment, and then I will reach out and grab Power Cord's arm.
Give me a roll.
Ooh, okay, I'll take that. Let me see how much healing I get out of that. Oh,
nice.
Could have been worse.
Wow, that's a roll.
Let's take that entirely.
You feel very, very good until gold starts bursting out of your wounds, and then you feel very, very bad. But your wounds suture closes, molten gold oozes from them and drips down into the tundra, and eventually kind of merges into the ground. And it feels horrible, like you're being scalded by literal molten gold, but only for a time.
You look much better.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Indeed.
So, by this time, you're kind of slowing down to help Power Cord. Telemon is, I assume, leading the way a little bit. Telemon, you're approaching the front of the structure, and you can see, just kind of coming into view, 2 orbs located just above the door on either side. Not visible in the picture, but I will ping where they would be. And as you take another couple steps, you feel some sort of vibration from the inside of your backpack.
Yeah, I imagine I would fish it out, or what the vibration is.
Yeah, so you start poking around through, and I guess you stop to do that, and the other 2 catch up, and your hand comes across the now glowing form, still slightly vibrating in your hand, of the purple pyramid of the Sarcasmicron.
Okay, I imagine I would pull it out.
Yeah, it's like it's veritably tingling with magical energy.
I would imagine I would try to activate it. And the Sarcasmicron once again. I guess now would be the time for mentor mode.
Oh, so you're gonna just go ahead full board and try to activate mentor mode.
Well, it's brimming with magical energies. That seems to be the proper course.
Okay. Let me bring this up then. So you pull the Sarcasmicron out, and you realize that it's only ever kind of activated upon response of your voice in most situations. What do you say?
Ah, Sarcasmus, my old friend. Have you information for me here as well? I believe you built this place after all, did you not?
Yeah, so there's like a shimmering purple light as the form of Sarcasmos, the goblin archmage, wizard, whatever you want to call him, takes kind of shimmery form in front of you, not altogether as clear as he's ever been before. Looks like he's not coming in HD today, and yeah, he kind of turns to face you, and he says, "Who are you to dare activate the Sarcasmicron? Be ye friend or foe?" And he kind of points a crooked finger at you.
I am your friend as always, Sarcasmus. But I believe we stand before a structure that you built.
You have answered correctly, and you will not be destroyed to this day. He kind of like turns around. You do wish, in fact, to activate mentor mode. All right, so
it does seem to be the proper course, I think.
Okay, all right. To use mentor mode, all you have to do is simply ask. Instead of having to navigate the fact-ridden causeways of the Sarcasmicron yourself, you can engage the direct help of the Avatar of Sarcasmos in real time. We'll be able to interact with you on a much more closely to talking with a real person, and search its memory more actively to give you the answers you seek. However, to do this places a great burden on the Chronicle. Its charge dissipates, and the Sarcasmicron goes dormant for an indeterminate period of time. So you kind of infuse a little bit of your own magical energy, just a tinge to kind of get this started, and like a sudden life kind of takes the form, and where it was very much kind of an animated, very clearly sort of magical hologram of a non-living entity. It almost, for a few seconds, makes you think that Sarcasmos is standing right there. He turns around and he says, oh my. Oh, we stand here.
Indeed, my old friend.
Yeah, he kind of like, I think he probably rubs his chin a little bit and looks about. He's like, oh, brisk outside. This has never been the most comfortable place in the world. Part of why we chose it. Yes, Taliban. So, what is it you wish to know?
What did he wish to tell me? Sarcasm kind of seemed to be brimming of magical energies. What's special about this place?
Oh, well, for starters, he points. I think he's got his staff in one hand. He points up towards the magical orbs. He's like, I wouldn't recommend crossing those without the blood of graves. Bad things. Bad things indeed.
Indeed. We have to locate Tolston then.
You've lost your guide then.
We had him only recently. We had an encounter. One of our, I guess, former allies, as it were.
He just kind of stares a little bit blankly at you for a few moments.
But, yes, we will have to find him. He does seem to have some type of weird thing with shadow going on.
Well, that's a trait of the Graves clan. Made a pact with the shadows, they did. He says, looking about. It's a ritual they all undergo. Although only few master it, as their forefather did. Is there anything else I can help you with? He kind of looks about and he's like, oh, most peculiar. He kind of narrows his eyes towards Heru Deshret. Most peculiar indeed.
I think Haru's gonna look back and say, and instead of responding to him, he's gonna respond to Telemon instead and say, what does it mean, most peculiar?
Your guess is as good as mine. He says that quite often in my memory.
Is this usually a good thing or a bad thing? I will ask, a bit of a serious look on my face.
It depends. It usually varies quite widely. Can you tell me anything of what lies beyond Sarcasmus? I believed that this would be the time to do this, as it seemed to be that you were brimming of energy, as it were. But it seems like it was only to answer the one question.
Oh, well. If the Sarcasmicron reacted, it was to warn you of imminent danger. It appears I placed some sort of barrier here, although not. And he pushes his hand out, and you don't see him touch anything really. It's not one that inhibits physical motion. He starts poking, and he kind of furrows his brow, and he shakes his head. You get the sense he's a little bit confused. Maybe he doesn't realize what he is. Don't think about something, and that's what he's doing. He says, well, this is, of course, the secret entrance to the Hunter's Keep. Leads through the mountain. It should give direct access to the armory. From there, you can find your way into the keep itself. We built this as sort of a back door for escape if the keep should ever be lost. Although, to be honest, the keep itself would take care of itself in that manner. It was really more for any survivors to escape than what was housed within.
I'll look to Telemon and I'll say, "What of traps? There are always traps."
Well, of course there are traps. Just looks about. Who do you think I am? An amateur?
You say that. The last trap you rigged could have blown up the guild, I remember properly. At least one I remember. Sure, you've had more inventive ones since then.
He narrows his eyes and he says, "Now which trap would this be? I've rigged many traps that could blow up the guild in my day."
As I thought. But yeah, indeed. First we must find Graves. Tolston, in this case.
Tolston, you say? That's a new one. I haven't seen a Graves in a very long time. Did I ever tell you about my friend Graves? He starts launching into a diatribe about Lemon Graves, and I think they probably went how they went wenching the last time he was in town. Until somebody interrupts, he literally continues on this tirade.
Yes, that is quite good, Sarcasmus, but since I have activated the mentor mode apparently prematurely, one would say, how long does it take it to get back? And then I'll probably be done with your services for now.
Oh, wow. The whims of the Sarcasmacron are many and varied. Sometimes it can be a mere days, sometimes minutes, sometimes hours. Perhaps you may need to slay a dragon. Who knows? Are we done?
We've already slayed many dragons. Hopefully
I believe so, my friend. We'll talk again, hopefully shortly, but perhaps in a more distant time.
Very well. Huzzah! And he just disappears.
Indeed. So, we must find Graves.
Yeah, so the purple pyramid, oddly crystalline / glass pyramid in your hand starts to fade and it becomes dull, and there's no light emanating from it at all. You actually feel no magic.
Star, you there?
Yeah. Did you not hear what I just said?
I heard no magic and then it cut off kind of ominously.
No, that was it.
Okay, I thought there was also been no magic presence within, and then you sounded like you would cut off.
You added that with Club, but yeah.
I know, but I didn't hear that last part. But it sounded like
we can move on.
Yes. Yes. Anyone have any idea how we might go about finding Graves?
Do you not have a spell for such a thing? No, I'm gonna ask as I kind of look around.
I do not.
So, right about now, we switch scenes. Fergus. You...
Oh boy.
Yes, I think we find you kneeling, in chains, on the edge of what seems to be some sort of war camp. There seems to be only roughly 150 to 200 remaining of this army. And in the intervening time since we last saw you, you heard a tremendous crashing, and the Reaper was somewhat distracted by this, and it appeared that part of the mountain collapsed in on itself, and that was the last anyone saw of Torog, the great fire worm. Indeed, that was the last anybody saw of any of the great giant creatures. And since then, you have been here. The Reaper ordered you bound and captive, although it doesn't seem like he's actually actively attempted to harm you or anything. He's taken command of the situation. I think, as you were led away, intriguingly powerless to resist. You couldn't really find your limbs really motivated enough to really do anything, and when they were putting these manacles on you, you saw him take the black longsword up from the Baron's corpse and look about up towards the mountain ridge. I guess the mountains where last you saw your friends fleeing, and kind of gaze about, and he, for the last, I think, 30 minutes or so, has been consulting with the one remaining sister, whom, let me see, I have a name which you would have overheard. High Sister Yura. You really haven't heard anything aside from that, and you're kind of on the, I would guess, the edge of the camp, and he's sort of in the center. But you have roughly like 20 undead sort of standing about you in rough guard, while it seems the army is taking stock. After he's kind of left your presence, you find that you can once again move your limbs, but you are manacled. What do you do? Your weapon is nearby. I think they're kind of piling up arms and equipment and stuff from the battle, and you can certainly see the distinctive form of your axe nearby. But you've been relieved of any gear which may aid you in an escape attempt. What's Fergus doing at the moment?
So I'm like manacled, like arm and leg.
Just a pair of manacles around your skeletal arms. And they've kind of like set you down in the tundra. I think one skeleton even like leaned over and whispered, like from beneath his hood, like, "Hey man, that was a hell of a duel." But like as soon as like his commander looked over, he like acted like he wasn't saying anything.
I put this bastard where he belonged.
So what does Fergus try to do?
What does Fergus try to do? Well, yeah, obviously should escape and get back to Telemann somehow. But, so there are how many undead close by? You said like 10, 20?
There's somewhere. Are you really trying to count the number?
Yeah,
like gauge your odds. There are 16. They're the ones imminently close by. There's probably, as I said, like a total of 100 and 120 in the general vicinity, but on your edge of the kind of encampment per se, there are 16 in your general presence whom you have counted are staying with you and not moving about.
I try to move my arms and my manacles, nothing happens.
They do rattle a little bit, and it's a very odd feeling for you because you can feel them rattling against your bones. Like you have some sort of tactile sense, even though you are literally just bones. Is Fergus like scared about this? Is he worried? Is he filled with dread? Is this like, for most people, realizing that like they are literally, at least part of themselves, are nothing but bones, yet they're still able to control them and feel somewhat with them, will probably be freaking them out. How does Fergus specifically like respond to this situation?
Fergus is still disturbed that he is partially undead. Probably mostly undead at this point.
Are you mourning the loss of your beard?
Yes. Cursed salamander. May he rot in whatever hell he went to after I destroyed him. Um, um, hmm.
The manacles didn't feel terribly tight against your arms, mainly due to the fact that the manacles were made for people, and you don't have hands that are, as big around as most people now.
So the 16 guards are like constantly just watching me all the time.
No, there's like a couple guys who glance over. These are like, hey, guard the prisoner and keep him over there. And they're not like just staring at you constantly, but they're around you within a 20 to 30 foot perimeter, kind of hanging out while the rest of the army regroups. They saw what you did to the front ranks of the army.
My axe is how far away? Out of curiosity.
Probably 15 feet. You can see like two of these guys are like kind of accepting delivery of equipment from the occasional squad that comes up, dragging, like probably on a cloak or something, piles of weapons and armor. They're slowly piling it up nearby, like against the back of a boulder. And your axe is among them. It hasn't been kind of covered yet. Your axe is a very distinctive axe, so you can still kind of make it out.
I try to furtively slip one of my hands from the manacles.
Okay. How are you trying to do this? Is this going to be like an overtime sort of thing?
Yeah, like slowly over time.
Okay. Let's do this with I'm gonna say let's go Dex. Give me a Defy Danger with Dexterity.
1 Dex.
It was either that or Charisma.
Hell.
Oh, okay. All right. So, you take a while, but you rattle the manacles just loud enough for like the guy the closest guy nearby to look over, and he turns around and is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he pokes you very sharply with a spear. He's like, "No, that's not what you're doing. You're trying to escape, aren't you, you little dwarf?"
I don't know why you would say that.
He just like peers down at you. He's like, I bet you wouldn't. And he's like, "Hey, Brone, come over here and help me give an extra eye to this guy. He looks a little fishy." And yeah, so kind of a larger guy, looks like maybe the skeleton of an orc, comes over, and he's like, "What's going on?" And the other guy explains about how he thinks you're trying to pull a fast one and slip out of your manacles, and so they keep an extra tight vigil on you, and maybe you have to rethink what's going on. Are you going to continue trying, even though it looks like they're keeping a close eye on you? Or are you maybe going to keep an eye out for opportunities, or?
I try to wait for a better opportunity, maybe.
Okay.
If not, I perhaps have another option that's more physical. But yeah.
What's your raw wisdom score?
A raw score? 13.
Okay. So you don't notice it at first, but at some point you notice a shadow moving amongst the boulders near the weapon rack, or the weapon piles, and you look over, and you don't see anything. At least for the moment, and You don't think you think maybe it just might have been like the shadow of a cloud or something. About like 4 minutes later, you see maybe not even that long. Like maybe 2 minutes later, you see a shadow moving about a little bit closer. Probably in the shadow of another, like I think a downed tree nearby, like a very significantly large downed tree that a couple people are a couple undead are actually just like sitting on, looking the other way. And you look over and you could have sworn you saw movement, and again you don't see anything. And at this time, you know you've been here for probably like 45 minutes. And you notice one last glimpse of motion, and you look over, and somehow emerging out of the shadow at the base of the rock, Tolston Graves is slipping out just next to the weapons. And you see him looking about, and he's stealthily creeping over towards your axe. And you see him looking about.
Don't look at him.
Okay. So yeah, you look away. You deftly avoided a defy danger check there, Fergus. So yeah, you look away. Do you ever look back?
I might I'll be like striking up a conversation with my guards. It's like, what do you all do about this itching? The bones, they always itch.
Yeah, like the guy who had talked to you, he's like, oh man, I know. I've only been dead 10 years and it still gets to me. It's enough to make you think your flesh is crawling. And he just shakes his head, and the other guy's like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you talking to the prisoner?
What else you do in these boring times?
And he shakes his head, and he's like, man, being undead's not all it's cracked up to be. He's like, you don't get to eat. I mean, sure, you don't feel hungry, but you don't get to eat, except for like the zombie core. But those guys are mindless. You wouldn't want to be them. Then you have to flee from people who start casting holy spells. He shakes his head and he's like, isn't that right, Broen? And the guy kind of nods. You get the feeling he's rolling his eyes. He's like, well, it's crazy. Like, we didn't do that in life. Why would we do that in death? And so like they launch into this diatribe. Can you I don't know. I don't think I want to make you have a roll for this because you did just go right into it. I think you hear a faint motion behind you. Do you turn around? Like they're not imminently looking right at you.
I take a slight glance.
Yeah, you see one undead guard just fall to the ground right behind you, and you see like a shadow, like sort of like, I think you see some sort of figure just like disappear into the shadow of this guy as he's falling, and you hear something else in your blind spot, and you can hear the sound of somebody breathing right behind you, and
well, that's unusual. I think to myself, everybody's dead here.
yeah, and you he doesn't say anything, but you see an arm reach out from behind you in the corner of your vision and place your axe on the ground next to you, and you see I think you start to kind of turn and you see Tolston with his like finger to his lips, and he's like looking at the other two guards, and he's got a war axe in one hand, and he's moving up behind one of the talking guards. Your hands are still manacled. Do you do anything?
I wait till he takes out the guard, and then I'm going to like part my arms so that the chain stretches out and then smash it against the blade of the axe. Try and break it.
Okay. All right. So you wait and you see him move over behind the big one, what was obviously an orc in previous existence, and he waits for like the exact moment when the other guy was turned. He comes in from behind him, moves the crook of the war axe up behind the guy's skull, and you hear like a crack and a pop, and levers the skull straight off the guy. And the guy he was talking to starts to turn around and he says, "Bro, what did you say?" And he turns, and all of a sudden he just gets a war axe right to the face, and you're not looking anymore as you hear this crack and a cry from somewhere as you flip over and you start trying to smash your bonds up against the axe, like wedging the axe between your knees to try to hold it still. Give me a strength check.
Eight.
Okay. This is actually not. You're trying to. This is actually a fighter thing, isn't it?
There's been bars with gates.
Yeah.
An obstacle.
That definitely applies. So let's look at that.
Okay, so choose 2.
Yeah. So when you use pure strength to destroy an inanimate obstacle, roll strength. On a 10 plus, choose 3. On a 7 to 9, choose 2.
I'm gonna choose. Nothing of value is damaged, and then noise or time. It doesn't make an inordinate amount of noise.
Okay, so nothing of value is damaged. Doesn't make an inordinate amount of noise, but it will take. Well, it doesn't necessarily take a long time, but it can take a long time, and you can't fix the thing without a lot of effort. Okay, all right, yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, you look over and you see the body of the undead who have been guarding you just collapse in a heap of clattering bones, and Tulston looking up and looking about. You are standing in the middle of like a group, but they're not all looking in your direction at this very moment. And Tulston looks over and sees you hacking at your manacles, and he kind of gives you kind of a wide-eyed like, "You better hurry" look, and he just I think he slides the war axe into like a holster at his belt, and he pulls out or he pulls from his back a two-handed crossbow, and he yanks back on the lever, and he readies it. And you have a few seconds to start smashing the manacles against the axe, but you're trying not to make a huge amount of noise while you're doing this. And there's the chink chink chink, and you can definitely feel your axe breaking through into the first section of the link when you hear the chink of the crossbow go off, and you look up, and you see that Tolson has put a bolt right through somebody's skull who had turned around at the wrong moment. And at that, you see him start to reload, and you see somebody else turning. They're not all alerted, but they are definitely. You're definitely still going to be doing this by the time they are alerted. And he fires off another shot and takes down the second one. But by this time, there's just been too much noise going on by his part, trying to keep them from seeing you. And two of them turn around and yell cries of alarm and start to rush in. And he moves to defend you while you finish your manacles. So let me. So with a snap, your manacles, break right in the middle, And you look up and you see that he's smashed one of the undead across the face with his crossbow, and he yells back and he's like, "Time to leave! Time to leave!
Aye.
Very much time to leave!"
Aye.
And as you gather up your axe of dragon slaying, you can see that the remaining guards have turned towards you, and there's like a cry from somewhere in the war camp nearby.
I rush to his side and cover him.
Okay, yeah. So as this happens, he's reloading his crossbow, and two undead immediately charge in. What do you do?
I hack at the approaching undead.
All right, yeah. Give me a hack and slash.
13.
Ooh. All right, roll damage.
Well,
how do you take both of them out?
I just hack horizontally through one, and then as it comes out, like a bone splits off and hits the other guy in the head.
Okay, so he's not permanently down, but it's like the most comical thing that you've probably seen in the last 24 hours. A bit of this guy's skull literally flies back and hits this other guy in the skull, and you hear this loud clack, and he goes down with one of the typical stormtrooper screams, and he flies back his weapon
You're
flying.
happy hurting in the morning now.
And by this point, there are the remaining seven guys who were kind of in your immediate vicinity are all turning towards you. They're not fully surrounding you. Tolston seems to have at least carved a partial escape route, but he's done reloading his crossbow. He pulls it up and he fires, and he starts backing towards the area he's cleared, and he's like, "Move, I'll cover you." And he takes like one shot, and you see this thing has like a 3-shot capacity, and he fires and he takes another. Both of them are required to take down this exceedingly large skeletal figure with I think like 6 arms.
I lower my head and just start barreling toward the opening.
Okay,
I'll take
yeah.
out another if he gets in my way.
Yeah, there is most
guy
definitely
again.
one there. No, this one had 6 arms, not 4. Give me a
What'd you
hack
say?
and
To
slash.
give... Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say that. I was like, what's that? 9.
All right, roll damage.
Oh, only 4 damage.
D8 plus 1. Ooh,
9.
wow.
Ow.
Well, you are apparently blocked by a very... Like, maybe this is the
I
leader...
look up. It's like, look up. Ooh, a big one.
Yeah, I think this guy... This is obviously another orc, and this might have been the commander of the contingent left to guard you. And he's got, like, a huge double-sided battle axe in his hand. And you rush forward to meet him, and you try to cut past him, and he just blocks you, and I think he knocks you back off your feet. And you roll to the side, and like I think you chop several of his toes off with like a backhanded slash. And he steps forward and smashes you right in the chest with his axe, and you're knocked flying again. And he just says, "You're going nowhere, little dwarf." And like as you start getting to your feet, something bumps into your back, and Tolston has bumped into your back, and he says, "Not a good time to slow down." And you look past him, and you see that there's like 4 guys closing in right in front of him.
Right, this time
and
I
he's
go
putting
at
the
the guy with
crossbow
the
away,
axe.
and he's
It's
drawing
like,
his
there's
handbows.
a big one in the way.
All right,
Time
so
for
what
the flying chop.
All right, so you're gonna go for a flying chop.
Yep.
All right, give me another hack and slash.
10.
Okay, roll your damage. He's obviously not expecting an immediate counter attack. So you leap forward. I think he slams the axe down into the ground, and you jump on top of it and do like a flying somersault, and you land behind him, having swirled around in a spiral, and his head goes flying off in a different direction. He's just left there with his axe in the earth, and you turn around and you see Tolston like staring at you for a moment,
The way be clear.
Tolston gives you like an appreciative shrug, and then he takes like an arrow right to the back, and he falls right down.
I rush to grab him and escort the wounded ally out.
Okay, give me a strength defy.
9.
Okay, so yeah, you can definitely you're definitely strong enough to drag him, but the 3 who are still harassing him are not going to let you go without a fight. You're going to take take some
I spend
wounds.
balance to heal Graves.
Ooh, very nice. How much balance are you going to spend?
I'm gonna spend 4 balance.
Yeah, roll your balance healing. That is a very cool skill.
Well,
Wow. Okay. So you drag him back like maybe 10 feet away from the ones who are standing right over him, and then you heal him. And right as they're about to get to you, he just disappears from view. With like kind of a thump. You're left there with 3 guys running straight at you, and they kind of slow down for a second as they realize one of their targets has just disappeared in like this wisp of black tendrily smoke.
Time to go, and I start running.
Okay. All right. You have an open spot to get out of here. Do you want to defy danger with Constitution and to see if you can outrun this horde of undead? Okay.
9.
Okay, so you're running, and you all you have on you is your axe and your armor, correct?
I believe so. If they took everything else.
So this is a long distance run here. You're like several hundred feet away, and already kind of gaining on them, and you know you're thinking to yourself like, you know, thank whatever gods my dwarven ancestors worshipped hundreds of years ago, that they don't have any riders anymore. And you realize that, like, yeah, sure, you're ahead of them, but there's like fully 80 guys running after you. This is an Indiana Jones running out of the jungle scene right now, and you're barely ahead of them. You're gonna have to cut some weight, bro. And that armor is really weighing you down.
I cut the straps of me armor and leave it behind.
Oh God! All right, yeah. So off goes the scale armor. It clatters to the ground, and then yeah, you feel almost light as a feather. You're sad to leave it behind, but you know you had to do it. And
with
like
the axe of the armor can go.
You pass a boulder, and suddenly there's a thump, and Tolston is running right next to you, and he's kind of huffing and puffing a little bit, but he's able to keep up, and he's like, so, you make friends rather easily. Doesn't look like they want to say goodbye yet. Last I saw, Telemon and the others were over the ridge. And he like points to the direction they disappeared.
Mayhap they just don't like it when you kill hundreds of their allies.
Oh, you did leave an impression. Time to go. So with that, you guys just like bolt fervently across the terrain, and we switch back to the main group here. So I think Telemon and Haru and Power Cord, you're all standing outside of the gate, and you're like. You're trying to figure out how you're going to find Tolston, and you're figuring out a plan. when you hear some sort of noise, it sounds like thunder far in the distance.
Perhaps we should hurry.
Thunder.
It sounds as if the battle is
Doesn't look like thunder.
begun again.
So like
Perhaps
you guys
they found
like
demons.
turn and look back in the direction of the ridge where the noise is coming, and you see a figure, like a small silhouette of a figure, break into view. This is clearly fairly far away at a flat run, and a few moments later, a smaller figure emerging over the ridge, and like a few moments later, you realize, hey, look, it's Tolston, and like that looks like the figure of a dwarf too, and they're running straight towards you.
We can turn around to it.
That looked like Tolston to you. I think it might be.
If they are running this way, there must be something running behind them.
Yeah, you hear he's waving like his arms up in the air, and you hear like something from the distance, like he's obviously shouting something to you, but you can't make anything out from this distance.
I'll look over to tell him, like, what do you think he's saying?
Well, if the thunder's any judge, I'd imagine that he's saying that we need to get out of here. There's lots of people behind him. I would probably assume.
I decide, say, of course that's what it means. Let's go
Run!
get them.
Run! And you like as he finally emerges into like a distance where you can make it out, and like over the ridge you can see like 100 undead just storming over it, all at a Celtic overland charge.
You need to get here first. Without your blood, we'll all be fried by the gate.
So there's still like maybe 100 feet away, and the undead are several hundred feet behind them. What do you do?
I am going to pray for strength before they get here and to attempt to cure myself, if I can. I just have a feeling that I'm going to try and make a run back to get them if I need to, so...
Most definitely, Haru, you're feeling something a little bit odd as you're doing this. You can feel this massive undead running towards you, but you don't know how.
Ooh, that is troubling. Oh no!
Haru drops down to his knees, coughing blood, as he attempts to heal himself. You don't lose the spell. I will ask you to roll your healing, though.
Oh no, that could be really bad. It could theoretically kill me even, so let's hope I don't roll well. It could have been worse. It could have been much worse.
You lose 9 hit points. So yeah, like Haru starts to like do his typical healing thing, and all of a sudden he falls over it. He starts coughing up blood, and then he starts throwing up gold.
Oh god, that's not good.
Like blood and saliva covered gold.
I'm going to.
I'm having a hard time imagining what that looks like, but it's not pretty.
I'm gonna go over to him and like hold his head and start singing an orcish lullaby, which is basically like a war chant to try to heal him.
Okay.
It sounds good.
Don't roll ones.
Dear little baby, I won't crush your skull.
Oh, nicely done, Power Cord. Roll your healing. This is
Something.
nice.
I'll
You're
take
basically
it.
holding your friend's hair back while he throws up in a bathroom. Yeah, you regain 5 hit points. It's enough to stop the bloody molten gold vomiting. And by this point, Tolston runs up, like very clearly winded, almost completely out of breath, and Fergus runs up behind him. Fergus looks exactly like his current picture on his character sheet, minus the armor. He's He's got a little bit of flesh over his torso and muscle that's been kind of worn away by fire, but his arms are utterly skeletal, and most of his face is skeletal as well. And it's a challenge to recognize him as Fergus for the first few moments, but you do recognize the axe in his hand.
Good thing Haru is vomiting out his knees, or he'd probably be in defensive stance.
Is that you? Or did you find a new friend, Tolson?
Tolson's just like, Tolson's like, how do we get this thing open?
I was told not to cross it without
angry.
the blood of graves. I would assume we have to cross it together.
He looks back and they're maybe a minute away. And he's like, blood? Got lots of blood. And he just like, he moves towards the door. And you see the two orbs start to glow red. He runs up to the door and you can see, I think at this point, something vaguely familiar to you, Telemon. It's a metal plate in the side of the gate. You can only very faintly make it out from your distance if you're still keeping your distance. He runs beneath the orbs. Even though they're glowing, they're not doing anything to him. You can see that in this plate there's the vague indentation of a hand.
Tolson,
and
there's a plate beside the wall.
Yeah, he looks around. He's like, yeah, I see it. Okay. And yeah, like he reaches up and he pushes his hand against it, and then you hear him cry out in pain, and you hear a ka-chink as a steel spike goes right through his palm. And this looks exactly like the thing that went through Nicodemus's palm back on the island. And after a moment, it retracts back into the wall, and he's like, bloody fuck! Oh!
Are you alright?
And like he turns around, he looks, and it's like, open please? And you can see the undead getting closer. Open now, please? Oh, Telemon, it's not working!
I look around and see if there's other plates.
I'm gonna look around as well, if I can. Do I see anything that's a lie or some sort of an illusion that maybe we need to bypass?
You see, I think it's curious that he has not looked at it, Haru. Right next to him, there's an indentation in the wall where, like, there might have been bricks or something. You can't see what's inside of it, but there's, like, very clearly a square section right next to the indent, like, the little plate, that he's just obviously not looking into. Like, it looks like his eyes have passed right over it.
In that case, I'm going to try to stagger to my feet and make my way over to that indentation and immediately try to point it out to him. Maybe poke it or something along those lines.
Yeah, so you walk beneath the orbs. They remain glowing red, but nothing happens. And you stagger up next to him, and you say something about, like, what's in there, and he says, what's in where? And you look over, and you see that there is inside this indentation, there is a handle. It looks like it's metal. It's just inset in the wall.
Whatever you be doing, better to be doing it quick.
Yeah, you can hear them charging from across. They're only a couple hundred feet away at this point, and from the back
stand in defense of this area while they do this.
Okay, don't bother rolling.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to pull the handle.
Okay, yeah, you put your hand.
Grab it if I can.
You put your hand on the handle. It doesn't pull, but you do feel it twist, and you twist it, and then you pull it, and then you twist it again, and you push it back in. It takes you like 30 seconds to figure out how this thing works, but by the time you get done with it, there's a satisfying ka-chunk, ka-chunk, and you turn behind you, and you see the large steel gates that were, visible from the outside inset into the inner kind of courtyard. Again, there's not really much in here. It's like an interior of the keep, but there's actually nothing except for some stairs leading up to the battlements. The gates start to open inwards, and you just see blackness on the inside. And Tolson turns and he says, "Whatever you did, that did it. Time to go."
Righto. I would join them. Come, Fergus.
I bet I back into the area with them. Yeah.
Okay, are you the last one in?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys make your way into the tunnel, and you feel it's very cold in here. There's no illumination, but the light pouring inside, and you can see the undead are starting to pour into the
Is there like a handle on the inside?
the inner or the outer courtyard, and yeah, you look and you see a handle in here.
I pull it.
Okay, yeah, you pull it, and there's a ka-chunk, 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 and the doors close right as like an axe hits the outside, and you just hear like a resounding series of chunk, 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 as a lot of things are clearly impacting the outside of the door. But they seemed very solid. It as you were on your way in, it looked like it was 6 inches of whatever metal it was.
That door might hold them for a while, but eventually they would break through.
After a few moments, you hear the impacts stop.
I thought this place is protected. Are you sure they will break through? No, like the Telemann.
They seem to have stopped trying.
Does anybody have any illumination?
Actually, my armor light is still up. It never went off.
Okay, so that is the only light that you guys are seeing with right now.
So I don't have anything on my sheet other than the axe, right?
I think you've got your ring too, right?
Yeah, I have the ring.
They didn't remove that. They didn't. The people who saw you do that didn't necessarily live to tell everybody else how you did that, and I don't think they considered the ring a threat. They didn't detect magic on you. So you've got the ring and you've got your axe. Everything else is unfortunately gone. But yeah, you four plus your companion Tolston are now inside of a tunnel, and I will reveal it momentarily.
It does seem that they've stopped attacking for now. I, for one, could use a rest before we move on. I don't know about you guys.
We need someplace safe, fortifiable.
Well, the door behind us seems solid. How much more fortifiable you'd want?
I am going to start applying bandages to myself from my various wounds.
Yeah, Tolson just collapses up against the nearby wall, and at this point, you guys realize that you guys are basically in a cave of ice. There are pillars that are obviously of stone that have been constructed to support the ceiling, although one of them has collapsed by this time. And in looking back, you can see just at the very edge of your light, kind of a slightly raised area. And if you move slightly backward, you can see some stone inset into the wall. It looks like it was almost carved out of the raw rock of the earth, and you can see walls actually carved into the stone beyond the ice.
I don't know how long this tunnel has been here, but like it's been here for at least some time.
Above you, you can hear the clanking of chains. I think if you ever look up, you can just see like maybe the occasional looming bit of it dropping out from the ceiling. Although there's no real purpose that you can see for them to be there.
But the chains are moving.
Moving as you move through the room, with your own body mass obstruct or moving the moving the air.
As in they're like swaying against each other, not that they're being like racked against a wheel of some sort.
Yeah, the first.
If we are going to make camp here, at least let me sanctify this ground so that we may heal our wounds and be alerted if something is able to get in.
I have no complaints against that. The day has taken its toll upon all of us, I think. I, for one, have very little energy left, and my magic is almost beyond my grasp.
I am going to run Sanctify before I attempt to camp if I can try it.
So you guys camp just in front of the door, or do you try to find someplace suitable, or what?
I think we would survey at least the local area, see if there's any more suitable places. But I don't think we'd go very far.
Yeah. What you're able to glean is that this is an entry chamber. There is only one exit from this room, and it seems to be another very, very heavy metal door. This one's a single door.
Good point. I don't actually have that. Like, I forgot my armor was completely destroyed when it got crushed in on me. Unless I have a glowing pile of gunk that was my armor.
No, you don't. I think at this point maybe you're seeing nothing.
Well, let's see. I have a torch. It's got wet though, so who knows how good that is.
Do you want to try it?
Eat a shell.
Right, so it does snap to light, although it is a little bit feeble. And you are able to explore the room. Yeah, Haru, when things are destroyed, just remove them from your sheet instead of zeroing them out, so we can not have this this confusion in the future.
Oh, the problem was I still had it listed in my spell book as lit, and that's why I didn't think about it.
Ah, okay. All right, so yeah, you're able to find a door imposed in the wall. It looks to be very heavy. Although curiously, the outer edge, you don't know if it's solid silver, but the outside at least is plated in silver. Very peculiar. And
Wait. Is the room complete with frozen bodies?
No.
Okay.
I guess the closest semblance to a camp you find is near the door, the what you assume to be the exit door. There is a small brazier unlit that you could probably use as like the center of a camp, and it's off of the ice, although it's still fairly chilly in here.
Brazier is chained down. That's quite peculiar.
Maybe have they take theft seriously.
I think we all just stare at him when he says that.
Yep. A little bit of flesh falls from his jowls.
I'm gonna look over to him and shake my head and say I knew that you were among the undead, Fergus, but this is something different. I'm just gonna look him over for a moment again, just how utterly burnt away his skin is.
The salamander friend saw to that.
Salamander friend did many things, and I'll point out the giant hunk of metal that I'm carrying around that used to be my armor.
Are you still carrying your armor?
Yeah, I'm still carrying the
make sure you have the weight listed.
Oh yeah, I still do. I'm still carrying it around.
It's now very compact.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of blood inside.
A heap of bronze scrap and crushed gems that used to be Haru's armor is how I have it listed.
So, yeah, Tolston relaxes up against the back of one of the stone walls, and he says, well, I don't think those are normal doors. I hope they won't be able to get through. Regardless, I don't think any of us are really in a position to move on at the moment.
Indeed. Oh, I suppose we should make camp here for now.
So what shall we
For the
burn?
night. Or day, I guess, in this
I
case.
glance about for like bits of wood or anything that might be around.
There is definitely no wood in here.
Nothing here but stone and steel. This will not burn.
And a lot of ice.
Much ice.
No. At the very least, we will not go hungry. Though it may be a cold camp.
So you all settle down to camp. Does anybody do anything in specific aside from walking Sanctuary? Did I get a roll for that, by the way?
Not yet. I was waiting for you to tell me.
Yeah, go ahead. Here. This whole area is actually small enough to where you can probably walk the walls. Yeah, you sanctify that bitch.
Oh, cool. I think that'll have a bit of an effect if I remember correctly. Let me double check when we actually.
Healing is improved. I think 1d6 or 1d4.
I think it's a d6.
Pulling it up right now. 1d4.
Oh, you're right.
Are you guys setting a watch? You all seem to be fairly exhausted. All except for Fergus, who is not tired, but is a little drained nonetheless.
I believe it is prudent that we should.
We should just take first watch.
I am less tired than you are. I should take first watch.
Very well.
Drew nods and kind of falls
I know
down at that
you
point.
have suffered in other ways today, it seems.
I just like stare at him with hollow eye sockets.
If Fergus becomes hungry while we slumber, Sanctuary should awaken us.
No, do I have to eat now that I'm undead, or how does this work?
We'll get to that. You haven't felt hungry yet. You also haven't leveled up since you died.
Nope.
So let me get my note sheet out. First watch goes to the undead dwarf. Who's taking second?
I will volunteer for second.
Okay, Haru. Anybody taking third?
I suppose I will. I will have to re-prepare spells eventually as well.
Are you going to join anyone on a watch cycle?
Power?
I'm gonna level up a couple times. That's what I'm gonna do.
Sounds like Power Cord wants a deep nap.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Alright. Can I get a wisdom roll from Fergus, Haru, and then Telemon?
Ah, yes. My wonderful wisdom roll. I fail.
So, Fergus, everybody else settles down for the night. If you guys are leveling up, you can take rations to do so. Although, Fergus, let me know specifically if you are leveling up. Fergus, as you're settling into watch, I guess you rest against one of the pillars or something.
Yeah, lean up against the pillar and watch.
You're a little bit tired, but not like sleepy tired. It's very odd. And throughout like the couple hours of your watch, you're able to maintain a very vigilant guard. You do not particularly get any temptation at all to fall asleep. You feel kind of like a lingering sort of exhaustion somewhere in your body, but you're absolutely fine to just kind of sit there and watch over everybody. And at several points during your watch, Fergus, there are muffled bangs against the outer door, but nothing comes of it.
It just occurred to me that if I was flying in at the hallway, people were like, "Oh, it's just a skeleton. We'll just ignore it. We'll just walk right past."
Yep. The typical adventurer might just walk right past you, or put an axe in your skull.
Or put an axe in my skull. Well,
Yeah, depending on how seasoned they were. Haru, on your watch, nothing particularly amazing happens as well. It's kind of cold in here, but it seems fairly well insulated, at least compared to the outer, the outer doors. So it's actually probably better in here than it was outside, to be honest. And you too hear some muffled bangs against the outer door, but again, nothing comes of that, and eventually it stops altogether.
Interesting. Do I have an opportunity to level then? Since
Absolutely.
Cool, doing that right now.
And during my watch or during my rest, I am going to level. So just
Okay. You do not need to mark down ration uses.
Okay.
I will need to pull a ration out of the bag of holding.
Okay. Roll your bag of holding.
11.
You find the rations you are looking for.
I go ahead and pull out one of the packages of them.
All right.
And the move I'm going to take, oddly enough, is through Death's Size.
Ooh, nice.
I had a hard call, but I went hospitaler myself. I'm also increased my dex, so I now have a +1 on dex.
So, during your watch, Telemon, you're still very exhausted. You're hardly able to keep any sort of watch. But fortunately, Tolston is now up and around during your watch as well, and he kind of keeps you company. He leans against a nearby wall, and you can see him cleaning his kind of silver finished repeating hand crossbows. Do you have any conversation with him at all? You haven't really spoken to him a whole lot.
So, Graves, what do you make of all this?
Oh, what exactly? Being chased by an army of undead? Can't say that's ever really happened in this large of a number before.
No, I can't say I've had a similar experience. It's most perturbing. I wonder what we will come to find once we pass through that door.
Well, by all accounts, the keep is well protected. I think the defenses proper may lie behind this door. Not entirely sure. Stories say that most of the prominent graves going all the way back to my great-great-grandfather lived here and stored what items they thought were too dangerous for the outside world. Also, he kind of smiles a little bit. This is supposedly where Memon the hunter kept his armory.
Indeed.
It was supposedly an eccentric one.
I spoke with Sarcasmus while we were apart. He said that this tunnel led to the armory.
Well, perhaps there might still be something there. The keep has been lost to my family for some time, but who knows?
It does seem to be quite secure, at least on this end.
Did he say anything else?
Very little. I'm sure it'll be trapped. He's quite one for traps in the time I knew him. Once rigged the entire guild to explode. That's probably not a great sign for us.
He quirks an eyebrow. Have to be extra vigilant then. Never know what's on the other side of this door. Are you
Well, I look at it.
Are you adept in detecting traps of the magical variety? I assume.
I can detect magic itself, but as to how useful it'll be to detecting the traps, that'll depend on how much magic's actually around.
Well, we'll try to get by. I can help somewhat with more mundane items.
I do look at it this way, though. We don't know what's beyond this door, but I certainly know what's beyond the other one, and I don't want to go back out that way.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Fortunately, there's a front entrance to this place. Supposedly fairly well defended.
Perhaps true. Ideally, though, if we find what we seek, perhaps we will not need to leave by the door at all.
He quirks another eyebrow.
I believe I can take us back to the ship through magical means, provided that this area is not protected from them. That could be as well.
Will that work here?
I cannot say.
The little guy did say something about trying to keep this place from the outside world. Speaking of which, I'm not really sure how those, whatever they were, found us to begin with. Those looked like Arnhen uniforms. Do you have any idea how they followed us?
It is indeed troubling.
It was supposedly, he said, impossible.
I'm not so much concerned about how they followed us, but how they got here. We traveled by airship to get here. I figured we'd at least have a couple days lead.
Yeah, he frowns. Perhaps we'll have to get back to Sadir soon.
Perhaps they got the other one working. There were
Was it in a state to do so?
I did not believe so, but they.
Well, I guess we'll see what's on the other side of this door, and we'll go from there.
Indeed.
So that the night passes uneventfully, and everybody is able to get full rest. Everybody is able to heal half of their maximum HP totals, plus 1d4. You are able to level up if you are able to expend a ration, except for Fergus, who does not have to expend a ration.
Right. My negative penalty goes away for the cloak. Half plus 1d.
I have prepped my spells.
So I heal back to full points.
Nice. So,
Spell magic appears to be on the list for today.
the rest of you rise to Talamon and Tolston kind of getting the camp ready to leave. What do you guys do to kind of prepare for your delving into whatever this place is? I think by now Tolston has lit a lantern, so you guys can see, since your magic is obviously not taking effect since you were asleep.
How do I feel right now? Because I know that things have been weird for me since that whole experience.
You feel oddly unfulfilled by your sleep. You also feel oddly unfulfilled by the meal you ate, although you still were hungry enough to eat it.
I'm going to turn to Telemon and say that we have a more appropriate shelter. As soon as we can, I'm going to need to take some time to investigate what happened to me back in the after Settlazar's attack. I'm just going to shake his head and say that it's a shame what happened to him.
Indeed a shame. So, personally, I've had my doubts about him for some time.
I do not believe the Settlazar that attacked us was the same one that we met. Not in the same way, anyway. I'm just going
Perhaps
to
not.
kind of shake my head.
I fear that he would burn the ship down around us should we come to that.
I don't have my loot, but I'm going to kind of sing some songs around the lantern about glorious battles and heroes long gone and that sort of thing to try to bolster everyone's spirits.
Cool. Yeah, I think that definitely probably helps raise the mood a little bit. Here in this kind of cold cavern, Again, nobody's heard anything from that double door in this entire time, since you guys have awoken. So Tolston gets up and he packs up all of his things, and he walks over to the door and he says, "So I had a look about this when I was on watch. Doesn't seem to be a doorknob or a keyhole or anything. What does everyone else make of this?"
I wish to cast detect magic.
All right, give me a roll.
I will also take a look at it with my my senses as well.
Definitely appears as normal for your senses there, Eru. It does appear significantly magical, Telemon, but in a distributed fashion. As you look over, you can't. I guess, are you doing it with sight?
Yes.
You can see like a transparent kind of purplish, almost, you want to say liquid, but it's not flowing anywhere. It's almost like resting on the wall, not just on the door, but on the surface of the stone itself. And it's sort of like in between each of the stones, and you could swear it was sort of slowly flowing, but when you look at it, it's not.
What do I see, Telemon the Red?
And you definitely see there is a significantly higher concentration of magic in the mouth of the skull on the door.
Magic infuses the door, particularly the mouth. Perhaps we must merely have it talk to us, as it were. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. What say you, door?
Yeah, so there's a long moment, and then a voice from the door says in a very steely sort of baritone, "Who exactly do I have the pleasure of addressing after these many centuries?"
I am Telemon the Red, once headmaster of the Arnhen Mages Guild.
I have never been to Arnhen.
Yes, but perhaps you knew my once apprentice, Sir Casmos the Magnificent?
There's like a shudder that ripples through the door. You can actually hear the metal shriek a little bit. And it says, "The vile goblin which imprisoned me here, binding me to his service. Took me right from a tower in the swamps to the southwest. Was perfectly happy there with the climate, not with this frigid place.
The tower that has fallen that we passed on the way here.
Much further.
You say he took you wholesale to guard the portal, as it were?
I am a very good door.
Yes, I see that. You don't see very many doors coated in silver.
I am to keep not only mortals, but spirits out as well.
There are many spirits coming this way. You may have an opportunity to test that. I'm going to just comment.
Seems to me that the main door has done that quite well overnight.
Ah, pah, amateurs. Like you feel like a sense of skepticism flowing from the one door to the others. Barely young enough to know what the true meaning of the apocalypse is. I have been guarding things for centuries.
What do ye guard?
Well, the entrance to the keep, one would expect, but...
This is obvious. I also guard a large variety of traps, both magical and mundane. The last person to pass through here did not heed my warning.
What warning would that be? Do you have a name? It seems odd to just call you Door.
I am forbidden from speaking my name. My name gives power over me.
Very well. What do we call you then, if not your name?
You may call me Door if you wish.
Very well then. It just seems rather disrespectful to just refer to you as a door. You seem quite more than most.
You can call me Lord Door if you must.
The dwarf who has no lungs goes into a coughing fit.
I was once knighted by the King of Arkval, although it was largely ceremonial.
You once guarded a door in Arkval then? Well, I guess. Well, yes, Arkval's the continent, never mind. What was Ornit?
Arkval's the kingdom.
Yeah. Quite an auspicious honor, as it were. Can't say I've ever been knighted by the king. I was once in service to a baron, though. That was quite enough for me at the time.
Fergus is thinking to himself, yeah, I could have bet it, but I'm not gonna say that.
Haru's gonna cross his arms and say that if you let this one pass through, his intent is to change the past. Perhaps you can return to your tower that you were much happier in. If we succeed, there will be no need for you to ever been brought here.
Compelling argument. Whatever it is you are. Cannot see you very clearly.
I'm gonna quirk an eye at that.
You spoke of a warning. What warning would this be?
Oh, simple. He clears his throat a little bit. Be all ye who pass through this portal, be aware, and such on and so forth. And he coughs and he's like, that damn sarcasmos.
He is quite wordy at times.
Be aware, the traps both nefarious, mundane, magical, and sometimes extraplanar await ye. And if you enter with intent ill or vaguely mischievous, your end will not be too good.
Seems like a fairly standard warning in people who plan.
Yeah,
to
you
steal
you hear a long sigh from the door. Oh, I hated that goblin.
He always was a bit on the curious side.
He does seem to have that effect on people, Telemon.
Well, I don't think he was that bad. Bit long-winded, perhaps, but
Tends to be a bit insulting as well, but
yeah, for a goblin.
it's true.
So, do ye seek entrance beyond this portal?
I glance over to be undead one way or traps and various deeds the other.
Sign here, please. And then from amidst the mouth rolls a parchment. It's like a long, tanned by age roll of parchment, and it literally just it kind of rolls out almost like a tongue, and at the bottom of the jaw you can see a quill.
Very well.
Please use your full true names, lest ye not be able to pass through the portal.
Yes, I sign it Telemon Daris, once known as Telemon the Red.
I'll sign it, but it'll totally be almost in hieroglyphic style writing.
Is there a little bull hieroglyphic at the end?
Like a little bull man, and then maybe a rising sun, something along those lines.
Oh, that's great. Fergus, do you sign it?
I'll sign it as Fergus Meathammer, the now undead. I guess.
Okay. Tolston comes up and signs it, and I think as he does that, the door says, "Oh, pardon me. I was not aware we had one of the graves lineage present." Power Chord, do you
1 second.
do you
I'll call.
sign?
I'm gonna look around and say, I can't write.
A simple mark will suffice.
And then I'll go and I'll just put like a little X on it.
So after a few seconds, the mark and the rest of the names begin to glow with like a faint reddish light, and all of you feel like a little bit of a pain in whatever hand you wrote in. Not really intent, more like a kind of a faint writer's cramp. And then the scroll rolls back up into the mouth, and he says, "Very well, it is done. You may enter. I advise you watch out for, well, there's really too much to warn. Just go ahead." And there's like a ka-chunk, ka-chunk, and the door starts to slide, I think slide downward into the floor. Revealing a dark passage beyond, with I think you can see 30 feet beyond. You see a torch sconce with a blue glowing flame from it. Just not very luminous, but there is a blue glowing flame, and like maybe another 80 feet beyond that, you see another one on the opposite wall.
It does seem the path is lit to an extent. So we could probably make it a little brighter. I wish to catch light.
All right.
Now that actually, let's see how it goes.
I would bring thee a torch, but these bastard and other undead, they
I
took all
rolled
my equipment.
And 8.
From the axe.
I think that I will play it safe and just forget the spell for now.
Is all I has left.
I light up my my mithril sword.
Okay.
Well, I carry it along with me. Well, shall we move on then?
Aye. Can I go in front?
If you wish. I'll keep an eye out for magic.
So Fergus, you're stepping in first.
Yep, I'm stepping in first.
Okay, from the ceiling, there is sudden movement and something darts directly at your face with a.
I'd chop it with the axe.
All right.
Or it makes living noises.
Defy danger with dexterity to see if you can, in fact, act quickly enough to do this. You can, but you're going to get a -1 on your roll. You're definitely caught off guard. You weren't expecting something to jump at you within 1 step of the door.
All right.
Ten. All right. So a pale form coming from the shadows of the ceiling just dives straight at your face, and I think you cursing, you just like instinctively slash up with your axe. Can you roll damage?
$11.
All right, let me look this up. Okay, so this thing flies right at your face, and you slice right into it, drawing a deep gash and a howl of pain as it like careens into you and knocks you back into the room that you just left. And
Already be upon us.
yeah, and standing directly in front of you, covered in gore.
About to find out here. Oh god.
is a
Vampire.
is a figure with bright fangs, humanoid with pointed ears, maybe partially elven, with a horrid pallor to their skin, entirely nude, and a horrifying look to their face, and looks utterly mad. And before anybody can react, this thing just flings itself at the nearest person, which I think is probably Telemon now that Fergus is back in the room.
That seems fairly likely.
Telemon, how do you try to defy this danger?
I interposed
This thing is moving with
its
supernatural
path with my
quickness.
sword I had out because I had the spell cast on it.
Okay, so you're gonna like basically just try to impale it.
Indeed.
All right, this sounds like a dex.
7.
Yeah, you stand firm and you put your sword out to impale it, and you see a whoosh from the door frame as something else like just flies into the room at like an extremely high speed. You can do your damage to this thing, but you have no idea what else just entered into the room, and you have the distinct impression that if you go through with this, you could be open to a flank attack. You could try to just dodge out of the way, but you will not get an attack on this creature.
Okay. I think I will take the dodge rather than open myself up to a flank.
Okay, so yeah, you hurl yourself up against the wall as this horrid fanged creature dives past you, and I think we will find out what Heru does as a pale figure, again nude, moving almost faster than you can see, runs into the room and appears behind Telemon. Although you're able to react before anything else happens. What do you do, Heru?
Since I'm not exactly sure how intelligent this creature is, but I'm still going to give it a shot. I am going to stand.
And you are
up
definitely being alerted that things have entered the room with hostile intent.
How many things do I see? Besides this, the one, or is it just two now? The second one that came up behind him?
You know what? Let me look at Sanctuary real quick. You can see two of these things. One of them missed Telemon, and the other Telemon does not seem to be aware of, and it just like moved in right behind him. And Fergus is getting back to his feet at the moment.
Back, foul creature! And I'm going to take a step towards it and say that you will fear the light, and I'm going to try to cast Cause Fear on the second creature against me as I walk towards Telemon.
Okay. Roll Cause Fear.
And I think this very much warrants an unwanted attention, unfortunately, given the nature that I'm approaching them.
Heru, how studied are you in the ways of the clerical order?
I think you're fairly settled. I mean, I'm usually.
Does Heru know
more of
what
the
a
militant
vampire
ways.
is?
I could probably say that we probably run into things like vampires, Egyptian versions of them.
Okay.
Or
You
the
would
Eastern
know that
style
Cause
ones.
Fear would not work on a vampire, then.
Oh. Well, in that
Cause
case,
Fear does not work on entities. I guess it specifies with less than animal intelligence, but then it specifies undead. I guess it probably.
I thought about like zombies, but maybe if it would classify as vampires too, that's understandable.
I think it might classify as some vampires. I guess actually in this case they shouldn't blanket label undead. It would work in this case. But for future reference, some undead, it will not work.
Oh, definitely makes sense. Yeah, I remember I did see undead on there, but I thought that was for like zombies, so that's why I went with it. But yeah, okay, yeah, I will definitely walk forwards and try to tell them to get back as I try to cause fear on myself and move towards Telemon then.
All right. So yeah, this thing suddenly turns back towards you and throws like a hand up and just disappears into the tunnel from which it came from. Power Cord, what are you doing?
Okay, where like am I right now? Because I'm still like I'm not in the room.
You're all in this room.
Oh, I am in the room. Okay.
You're all in very close quarters, and you can see one of these things currently standing near Telemon.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. Since I don't have my loot, can I like sing for arcane art, or am I just should I? Okay.
Yeah, that's one thing you can do.
I'm going to sing a song about about the horrors of the undead and how vicious fighters they are to Fergus to try to inspire him.
Okay, give me an arcane arts roll. Wow, Fergus, you are inspired. Is he taking +4 to damage?
He gets plus 2d4 forward to damage, and his mind is shaken clear of one enchantment, because why not? I get to choose 2 effects now.
Okay, alright, yeah. Fergus, you're standing there, and you feel, your muscles pulsating with power, and you see one of these creatures in front of Telemon, and as you hear this this song, suddenly another one fades into view, standing not just a few feet away, starting to walk in behind Heru Deshret. And nobody else looks like they can see him.
I attack the one that's encroaching behind the party.
Okay. Give me a hack and slash roll.
I see you. 9.
Okay, roll damage. And we get to have our first vampire damage roll. Roll d8 plus 5. Ooh, okay. Wow, you guys trade even blows here. You cut. I think you cut this thing's arm off. It's reaching towards Heru Deshret, and it's acting very slowly and calmly. And it's none of the others can obviously see this creature for whatever reason. And you just lop this thing's arm right off, and it shrieks and it turns towards you, and it rakes its claws across your your skeletal face and down your ribs, like scoring across your bones and knocking you backwards. It suddenly appears in everyone's vision as a one-armed vampire near death. Telemon, what do you do? There's the one that tried to attack you from the door. It's standing nearby and it's turning towards you. Its face, rippling with anger. It's about to hurl itself at you. And behind it, you can see one of them has been revealed just somehow. It's now minus an arm.
I wish to try something I haven't done before. I'm going to cast Summon
Curious.
Monster.
Ooh, okay. I didn't know you had that prepared.
I prepared it today.
What are you gonna summon?
That's up to you.
Oh, is it really?
I choose stats, but you tell me what I summon.
We've literally never used this ability before.
Let's actually cast it. Let's see.
A monster appears and aids you as best it can. Treat it as your character, but with access to only the basic moves. It has +1 modifier for all stats, 1 HP, and uses your damage dice. Modifier. The monster also gets 1d6 of these traits. So roll a d6. Oh.
One trait.
One trait.
Wow. You're rolling Regan there.
Yep. I was really tempted to maximize it too, but I decided not to this early in the day.
You can choose it has +2 instead of +1. It's not reckless. It does 1d8. Its bond to your plane is strong. It gets +2 HP for each level you have, or it has some useful adaptation.
I'm gonna have to do it's not reckless. Otherwise, it's just going to. I don't know if it's gonna go out of control or what, but that sounds too. Yeah.
Okay, so you rip, like you wave your hand and you rip a hole in the fabric of reality, and out steps. What has 1 HP?
It could be just an incredibly decrepit something, but yeah.
Okay, I know what it is. Out steps Telemon, except made of glass. Telemon, like, you see yourself stepping out with no color, translucent, and, made of glass. Like, reflective, but also translucent.
Interesting. Very interesting. I instructed to, attack the foe in the door. The pale foe.
Okay, so yeah, it turns to you in a weird voice spoken through glassy esophagus. It says, "But of course," and it just flings itself at this thing while drawing a glassy version of your mithril saber.
I'm gonna assume it probably does D4 damage, like a wizard normally would, because one of the things. You
Yeah, so roll a hack and slash.
+1, which is my normal hack and slash. So.
All right. But you are a master swordsman, right? So what's your base? Your base damage?
My base damage for swords is a D8, but that's one of the things you can pick to summon monster.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, okay. So yeah, roll a D4. Well, it says it uses your damage dice. And your damage dice is D8.
With swords.
So go with it. Yeah.
So I guess it depends. If I summon a monster who doesn't have swords, then it does D4 normally, unless I pick
Yeah.
D8.
Yeah, go with it. D8. His sword's made of glass too. If it breaks, no more sword. Ooh. Okay, this is cool. So Glass Telemon just shrieks forward with like the sound of glass shrieking through the air, and just lops right through this thing's face. It doesn't cut him all the way in half, but it slices through its eye, down through its nose, out through its jaw, and down through its chest, and the thing backs up against the wall, blood spewing everywhere. And now there's blood all over the Glass Telemon. And Glass Telemon issues some witty retort. What witty retort does Glass Telemon issue?
Glass may be fragile, but it cuts just as sharply.
Yeah, Glass Telemon is as corny and lame as his normal Telemon.
That's right.
Else. Okay, so Haru, who is not gone in a while? I think it's let's see
Power
what
Chord?
Power Chord is doing. Power Chord. There is a vampire who has been cut almost in half, and a vampire who has lost an arm. Which do you likely want to finish off?
Actually, I didn't roll the 2d4 damage Power Chord gave me.
Oh, did you not?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Roll the 2d4. There might only be one. There is only one vampire left.
Holy crap! Nice shot.
Powercord, would you like to try to finish off this one that Glass Telemon is currently skewering?
Yes, I'm going to run at it and do like a big, clumsy, overhead downward punch.
Okay, alright.
Try to crush
Powercord
this thing.
smash! Give me a hack and slash. Ooh, nice. Give me damage.
For the
Virtually-
first time, he
yep.
smashed something.
Powercord, describe to me how you wish to kill this motherfucking vampire.
My fist is just going to come right down on his head, and his head is just going to explode.
Oh, it explodes like a tick. Blood everywhere, just... And Glass Telemon is further coated in blood. And the fight is over.
As soon as this last one hits the ground, Haru's going to take his ritual oils out and not take chances with the undead and burn these corpses.
Very smart. Do you have ritual oils in your dungeoneering gear?
Actually, it's something I pulled out a long time ago and I've had on my belt for quite a while.
Nice, nice. So Glass
I will,
Telemon turns around and like flourishes his sword, flinging blood everywhere, and does a few very Telemon-like things, and then sheaths it. And then
Yes, very good,
he-
my companion.
and he says, "Indeed, of course." And he stands there, shimmering.
What foul creatures were these? Anyone have any input?
Some sort of foul undead. I'm going to kind of look to Fergus very briefly and say that hopefully you will not succumb to the hungers that they apparently have.
Tolston standing nearby. You can see him holding a crossbow ready with obviously just prepared silver crossbow bolts. And he's just like, well, those were vampires. I guess these won't be needed. And he starts taking the silver crossbow bolts out of his crossbow and putting them back into his bag where he spent all of that fight getting them out.
I'm going to kind of look at my extremely bloody fist and just kind of sniff it, and then say, "Vampires."
Yes, bloodsuckers,
But be a vampire.
immortals.
Werewolves, vampires, dragons,
live forever.
elementals, undead. What haven't we encountered yet from the?
All I know is they had very sharp claws. I know, like, some gougers in my bones.
Haven't encountered a golem yet. Tolston says as he puts his arrows back into his.
I'm sure we will. And I don't know. The door might count.
Do you count as a golem, Sir Door?
The
And then,
ground,
like,
isn't
from... Yeah, it's still on the ground, but muffled from down on the ground, he says, "Perhaps in some lands they may consider me a golem."
And I will spend 2 balance.
Okay. Do you guys move back to the door a little bit more cautiously?
Yes, indeed. I instructed the glass Telemon to defend me.
Okay, alright. Glass Telemon says, "Shall I go first?"
Indeed, that sounds most convenient.
Yeah, he moves to the
Most
door.
opportune.
He moves to the door and draws his sword, and he says, "Let all evildoers beware! Telemon the translucent is on the scene!" And he starts moving down through the corridor.
Do I always sound that pompous?
His jokes are just as bad as yours. Let me assure you.
Well, he is the glass reflection of my soul, as it were.
So you guys move down a short corridor into a large room filled with ice. Telemon, the translucent, looks about and he says, "Huh. I could get lost in here. Apt camouflage." And he starts kind of poking about. There seems to be 3 pillars in the center of this roughly kind of dome-shaped room, and on the other side you can see where the hallway continues deeper into the mountain. And you can see ice is built up around the sides of the room. And these pillars seem to be just made of ice.
Be wary of the pillars. They are likely load bearing.
Do you guys just continue on through?
Do I see any magic?
Well, you were in combat, so you're
Right.
not still using your detect magic. Do you want to roll it again?
I shall.
You detect some faint magic from this ice. How closely do you inspect it?
I imagine I would get fairly close, say like 3 feet or so, probably looking at it.
So, within the, like you're kind of inspecting the pillar and you see like a darkness within. And you put your hand up to the ice and move the frost off. You see, actually, you're starting to see a form within the ice. It looks to be like a long frozen figure of some sort. Recluse, would you like to describe yourself?
Sure. Transferring over my character sheet.
Not the frozen in ice scene. Oh boy.
Who was to be frozen ice in our campaign? Someone.
I don't know. I remember someone was. I don't remember who it was though. Was it?
That was Aetham.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Ethan, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
I think.
Alrighty. I don't know if it copied over. I don't see it. Strange. Let me try again. There we go. Okay, so it's on the sheets. So, halfling character, male, who has mischievous eyes, hooded hair, so wearing a hood, dark clothing, cloak and such, and a stocky body with leather armor, and appears to have a sword. Not the swords that are in the picture though. A rapier.
Yeah, and Telmon, as you're looking in here, you can definitely see that there's like some sort of magic flowing through this ice, and this person looks almost like they're alive. Like they're not looking around or breathing or anything, but like they look to be in perfect condition.
Huh. Looks to be a halfling of sorts. Imprisoned within the ice, perhaps. Maybe one of the thieves that the door referred to?
Mayhap.
What do you all make of this?
Well, be I frozen in ice, I'd want to be cut out. Do you think he might have survived?
As far as I tell, there seems to be some magic about it. I believe he might well be alive.
I could mayhap cut it out.
Do you think we should risk it?
But the structure of the room? Undead head looks around the room.
There are still 2 pillars holding it up, and it doesn't. You don't really know if the room requires the pillars. It's fairly dome shaped, and you're supposedly inside of a mountain. It'd be anybody's guess, really. You probably lean a little bit towards less structurally
Your quest,
important.
Telemon. I shall leave the choice up to ye.
If it is indeed the halfling, they tend to be the tricksome sort. But also, if there is many traps in here, as the door and Sarcasmo seem to say, his services could be useful, I would think.
I have my axe. Do you wish to do honors, or shall I?
I attempt to. Oh no, that's probably not very smart. That's not gonna thaw the ice.
I'm going to take a walk over to the ice and say that, what is it you were thinking? Perhaps
If he's
You think-
indeed alive, And if he is indeed a thief, as the door believed, his services could be valuable. They often seem to have a way with traps, in my experience.
He nods and says, "Do we have any? Would it perhaps a traditional source of firework, or does it need to be magical in nature?"
I thought perhaps to dispel the magic, but I fear that may just leave him dead within the actual ice. I do not believe that is a wise course of action.
That might be a little bit of a letdown.
Yeah, I'm gonna look over to Telemon and say, perhaps we should ask the ice what to do.
I do not believe the ice is sentient as the door was.
I will turn and I'm going to put my hand on the ice and I will wish to refer to Desperate, and I'm going to use Words of the Unspeaking
Nice.
from my memory stone. Also, before I do this, since it's been a bit, I'm going to finally drop my cause fear so I don't have a negative concentration factor on it. I've been keeping it up until now just to keep that thing away from us. Alright, let me roll this. And I got a 9. Question. When I use a memory stone, I'm guessing that option is not available, right? Because obviously I can't forget the spell. So I'd have to pick between one of the other two, or?
Yeah.
Okay, that's -1 ongoing or unwanted attention. Ooh boy.
Well,
maybe I'll
give you a third choice. You can break the memory stone.
Oh well, hell no, no.
Okay.
I think,
Don't let it be said that I didn't give you a third option.
I'm really afraid of what this is gonna mean, but I'm probably gonna have to go unwanted attention. It's too early in the day to start taking negatives. Things are gonna go bad.
Yep. No, it is unwanted attention or put yourself in a spot.
Don't know what that's gonna do to me in this case, but I guess we'll find out. I'm going to take that as I hopefully cast the spell, and then I will step back and say that, what do you need to ask of it, Teleban?
I'm fairly certain that you have to ask the questions.
Oh, that's why I'm asking what you want to ask of it.
Hold on. Why discover exactly what this spell does. I know generally what this spell does, not precisely what this spell does.
When you touch, with a touch, you speak to the spirits within things. Non-living object you touch will answer 3 questions you posed as best as it can. I'm guessing that probably means that I ask it mentally with a touch, is what I'm thinking. But if you tell me what you want me to ask it, that's what I'm kind of asking you at the moment. You're the one that would have to actually crack it. I can just translate.
I guess the first thing is to find out what it knows of the creature held within.
I will turn to the wall and I will say, what do you know of the one that you hold within your containment?
So you put your hand on the glass, or not the glass, the icy pillar that this halfling is encased in. And you feel this cold oozing, like almost through your hand. And it's very hard to hold your hand there. And you hear the words in your mind. And you asked, what does it know of the prisoner?
Yes.
A thief, come in the night to steal that which must not be stolen.
Emperor is going to turn and kind of relay that and say, it sounds like the door was not lying to the thief. What would you like me to ask next, Telemon? Surely you must have something in mind for how to into the ice. Perhaps I can inquire as to its effectiveness.
I think the most direct route is to ask the ice if it would tell us how the thief is released.
Very well. I'll turn and I'll say, how would we release this thief so it may serve a greater good?
Only the master's magic may release this being from its prison without harming it. The Master, or someone like him.
Only the Master's magic releases prison, and his Master was
You've-
someone like him.
You feel your arm growing even colder. Like your whole arm is numb by this point, Haru. And if you try to pull away, there is a distinct impression of tongue getting stuck to a flagpole. Like your fingers are like at least semi stuck there unless you put like a lot of force into it.
Yeah, I'm afraid that I'm gonna probably have to break it off if that's frozen. I'm going to say that the blast it's too cold. It's going to take my arm, and I'm going to try to pull my right arm off and say that I have no idea where to find this Master. I'm afraid that wasn't as much help as I had hoped.
I wonder if the Master refers to a Sarcasmus himself. Perhaps the Graves that was with him at the time.
He did say there was one like him. I don't know if that's means one like the thief or what it's meant exactly.
He was referring to the Master, I believe, at the time.
Rue nods and says, so what do we do, Telemon?
Have you decided? Can't all waste too much time.
If it was referring to Sarcasmus, a magical fire could perhaps melt the ice, but I worry it would also melt the two adjacent pillars. The room would probably collapse.
I'm gonna just
Aye, the axe to be then.
The way it was worded, it seemed to me that just hacking it out of the ice would not suffice.
Eh?
I'm going to use Metal Harlot to shout at the wall and demand that it give way.
It's not a wall, it's like an ice pillar.
Or ice pillar, wall, whatever. The ice. I'm going to shout at the ice and demand that it give way.
Ooh,
How
okay.
good breaking the ice.
Drool Metal Hurlet.
Not fail. Oh god. Oh no!
Oh god.
That might be the shortest character in history. No speaking parts.
Oh my god, 1 and a 2. Holy crap.
Roll damage with advantage.
What does that mean?
Oh boy.
Roll your damage dice
Oh,
twice.
you roll
Roll
it
your damage
twice,
twice.
and then you take the higher amount.
Oh.
There is a thunderous roar as Power Cord yells at this pillar, and it immediately fractures. The two other pillars immediately fracture as well, and bits begin to break off of the ceiling as you look up and you see the entire room begins to shatter. And within your icy prison, Lotho, can you please take 10 damage?
Negated by any armor, by chance?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oops.
And you kind of feel a rumbling above you, and bits of rock and ice begin to collapse into the room. And one of the pillars just shatters completely. And
Telemon, we must go.
the pillar that the thief is in, a large portion sheds off and collapses, and then the entire thing just collapses and breaks apart, leaving you guys standing in a swiftly expanding cloud of mist and ice dust that is very hard to see through as things are raining down from the ceiling.
I am going to try to swoop towards this rogue and if he needs any assistance, and see if we can get the hell out of this room before bad things happen.
So yeah, you swoop into the area where it was, and there is a bleeding, cold, partially frozen body on the ground. Do
Don't have
you
time to check.
take it up?
Yeah, I don't have time to check. I'm gonna grab this thing and grab him and start booking for whatever possible exit the others are going to.
Out the door which we came.
Out the door which you came? Okay.
There's only the one door, right?
No, there were two.
I mean, we want to probably go forwards, otherwise we're going to be caved in.
Can everybody give me a defy danger with dexterity?
I did not.
I did not.
Oh boy.
I did. Haha. You all died. I made it.
Best character intro ever.
Okay, so power cord, you're rushing through the ice as it's collapsing about you, and you get smacked on top of the head by falling ice, and it's hard to see, and you think you see one of the doors, but you can't be sure which one it was, and you can't see any of your friends in the chaos. Fergus, you safely make it out of the far door. Unfortunately, Lotho, your roll doesn't count because you are unconscious, hopefully, and not dead. You're in Haru Deshret's arms. Haru, you immediately get hit from atop by a piece of collapsing ceiling, and knocked to the ground. Can you take D8 damage? Okay. Only 2. But you are knocked to the ground. You still have the unconscious or maybe dead halfling beneath your arm. You drop something in the chaos as you slowly crawl towards the door trying to shield this person, and I will tell you what it was in a second. Telemon, you lose sight of everyone, and at the last moment when you think all is lost, a cold, glassy hand reaches out and grasps you, and Glass Telemon, appearing out of nowhere, still somewhat covered in now frozen blood, grips you by the forearm and hurls you into kind of like the misty section of the dome, and you find yourself toppling across Haru and Fergus as they lunge through the door. But you hear a shattering behind you as Glass Telemon is utterly destroyed. However, one of you is going to have to make a choice. Power Cord, you can see 2 doors, but only for a briefest moment, as ice obscures one. You thought you saw your friends at one of them, but you're not sure which. There's a door to your left. There's a door to your right. You have but scant seconds to decide. You're not sure if any of them are still in the room, and you can't be sure which door you're heading towards. Which door do you go to, left or right?
Left.
Okay. So, Telemon, Fergus, Haru Deshret with the unconscious halfling all make it stumbling into the next room. And looking behind you, you see the doorway collapse behind you, covered in ice and rock.
Did everyone make it through?
I'm immediately going to set this newcomer down and check to see what I lost.
Give me 1 second. Sovereign's Will is gone.
No, that was right on my main weapon strap too. That's not good.
That might be why it broke off.
I'm going to cross it out here. Mark it off as gone. Do you want me to take the entire thing off my sheet, or do you just want me to just mark it on my inventory for now?
You could mark it off of your inventory for now if you have some plans of digging through the ice.
Okay. Definitely will do that.
So yeah, you
Also,
you three emerge with the unconscious or maybe dead halfling, and Power Cord is not among you. Tolston, however, is also, I think, not here as well.
Power cord? Dolson?
Power cord, do you hear me? I'm going to scream out.
No response except the settling of ice and stone, at least tons of it behind you.
You think the ice got them?
We'd have to look back and say that we must find them. If they are trapped in the ice, perhaps they're still alive in some sort of a pocket. I'll kind of look back and look to Telemon and say, is there any way we can tell? Is he still alive? I'm going to look down and check on the newcomer while the guy glancing around and see if he's still breathing or not.
The newcomer is not breathing at first, at least what you think, and then you realize the breaths are so shallow and so far apart that you can almost not tell. Does appear to be alive, but just barely. Skin is blue. There are cracks across this person's skin where they've openly bled. Looks like they're suffering from like extreme hypothermia, and maybe some sort of other type of trauma.
I'm going to try to rapidly apply my herbs and poultices to him. Taking care of those. So I'm asking Telemon, do we go back for them? What do we do?
The tunnel has collapsed. I, for one, have no way to transfer between ice and snow, as it were. Perhaps they will make their own way through the area. You cannot be the only path.
I think while I'm transferring my herbs and poultices, I'm going to make a prayer for guidance and to determine the importance of something, which way I should go. Very specifically, I'm asking a prayer for if I should go back or if I should try to recover the will or not. Because I do have a plan, but it's not a pretty one.
It's also
all right. Give me guidance.
That unless something else happened, I think I still have the Axis Mundi because I didn't think it could leave my possession right now. I noticed you still have it marked on your sheet.
Yeah, remove Axis Mundi from your sheet there, Haru.
Copy that. Taking that off right now. I actually didn't realize I didn't have the Axis Mundi on me, which is going to kind of make this more difficult.
I almost chose that instead. Demonstrates the importance of accurate inventories.
I actually thought I still had it on me. I thought that Telemon gave it back to me after the Civilizar thing and the world cracked.
I was under the impression I had to still hold it, otherwise the world would break.
You're most definitely right. I don't know why I thought that. For some reason I was thinking you handed it back. I think it's because you handed it back to me right before right before Civilizar.
So how are you casting guidance?
Once again, I'm going to stare to the reflection of now the only weapon that I have left, which is my original two blades, and see if I get a glimmer of what I should do. try to go back to the tunnel for perhaps either the Echo
Yeah,
City or
so-
the others, or
You're looking into it as I think Telemon and Fergus maybe see to the halfling, and you're looking into the reflection of the blade, and you see the icy walls behind you, and the icy, like the doorway, and the ice and the stone behind it. And after concentrating for a while, you see yourself holding the staff and commanding the ice and the stone depart, and making your way forward into the room, and then you see the entire complex begin to collapse around you, and you are crushed by stone, and so is Telemon and Fergus, and you see nothing but blackness.
I think that I'm going to take that as a kind of a nod and say that I'm turn to Telemon and say that the Sovereign's will is gone. I believe. I do not think there's any way to retrieve it without. I'm going to pause and say magics that I do not have, and I do not know about the others. I'm going to look back with a bit of trouble and scan there, and certainly hope that they were not in that chamber when it went down. Do you think they made it back to the entrance? Is there any way you can tell this? I'm not
So as this is
aware of
as you're saying this, Lotho, you're coming too. You're
Did
very
the
cold.
poultices and herbs help at all?
They did.
Yay.
It looks like our thief friend is coming around.
Okay. How long have I been in here by chance? Out of
You have no
character?
idea.
Well, what year was it when I entered?
It was the year 730.
Okay.
So, not quite 100 years ago, but a significantly long time ago.
Alrighty. So I guess I'll start to cough and make my way conscious and look around and say, "Who are all of you?"
Could ask you the same question, Halfling.
My name is Lotho. Lotho Quickheaver.
We're here to steal something. What? I will ask immediately as I stop over and stare down at him.
Oh, whatever I can.
Yeah, Lotho, you heard that this place was filled to the brim with magical items and treasures beyond belief.
I heard there are great riches down here, and I've come to take them all.
Did you, are you the sort to work alone always, Lotho?
No, I was probably part of a thieves guild type thing, a thieves bunch.
Do you
to
have
the
any?
east.
Do you have any close companions that you would work with?
A few, yes.
Can you name two?
Sure. There was a half-elf female named Qualith, and a male dwarf named Dosdo.
So,
He was my brother. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
so you, Qualith, and Dosdo all came here together.
Have you seen my mates?
They weren't in the other pillars in there, were they? I'm going to kind of look back at the shuddering thought on my face.
I have no idea. I was trapped. I have no idea what happened to them.
Yeah, the last thing you remember was the giant blue spider.
There was this giant blue spider creature.
I'm afraid that they may have been in the other pillars, Lotho, and I'm going to look back to the room and say that when the explosion happened, I'm just going to call it an explosion, unfortunately, they all shattered before the room caved in.
Oh no.
They may not have been. We did not have time to check. 2 of our own were left behind as well. I worry about them. But
They may have found your friends and escaped. I'm not sure what happened to them.
So speaking of the other two, Power Cord, you come to coughing in a small tunnel, which you have never seen before. This was not, in fact, the tunnel you came through, and you find yourself shielded by a cloak, and you look up and you see that that Tolston is standing above you, and is brushing like bits of ice and flakes of frost away as he fully stands up ahead of you, and he looks back and he says, "Well, that may not have been a great idea. Are you okay?"
I'm gonna get up and dust myself off and say, well, it worked. Just a little too well.
Aye.
You're not there, Fergus.
What's wrong?
You're in the other group of us.
Sorry.
So, yeah, Power Cord. Yeah, you're alone in this small tunnel with Cholston. This is barely big enough to hold you, and he says, "You think the others are okay?"
Oh, probably. It'll take more than a collapsing ceiling to kill Haru. It'll take more than collapsing armor to kill him.
I wouldn't be so sure about that last point, Tolston says, looking about and pulling the lantern up. I'm not sure where this goes. It looked like some sort of side passage. I don't think anybody else really noticed it. Shall we? As he kind of like gestures off towards the path.
I want to kind of inspect the mess behind me.
There are metric tons of stone and ice spilling out of the now partially collapsed passageway that led into the room.
It probably wouldn't be possible to dig through it in a reasonable amount of time.
No, I don't think so. My best guess is you're shouting. Probably put a divot in the top of the mountain.
Well, onward and downward then.
Yeah, so you guys start making your way down the tunnel. Meanwhile, what are the other three doing? Or I guess the other four.
I'll tell them they'll be happy to split the treasures with them. 60-40, maybe in the 60 for them breaking out.
Did you not listen to the door's warning?
Haru's gonna cross
no.
his arms and say that you are now working for us for 0. At least until we can complete this quest. Treasure is of no concern. I'm going to motion to Telemon and say that these artifacts are needed for to save the universe, not to line your pockets.
I care a little about most of the artifacts here. There's only one that I need.
Oh, good. Then I can have any of the others.
The way it sounds, probably more than we could carry.
If they are dangerous or if they are needed to protect the world, that is different.
If
they are just trinkets, then perhaps...
This trip has cost us 2 companions already.
One will hopefully will reunite with them, but we will have to see. For now, we must continue onward.
Perhaps we can find some coin for you, but... Again, I'm going to motion to him, do not let me catch you stealing artifacts that are needed to change the history of this world. Explain what he's talking about.
So you look ahead and you see a familiar blue torch lighting the way, and further down, the passage becomes more regular, and you see the flattened walls of cut stone, and beyond that, you can actually see stone stone walls and ceiling and archway, and like some sort of actual stone bricked structure with rooms beyond.
Before going into the room, I would like to use moments to survey the dangerous area that might lie ahead to try to find any traps.
I was wondering if anybody was actually going to remember that there were traps in this place.
I'm assuming that we didn't have to walk down a huge long hallway, right?
No.
Okay.
This was mostly natural cavern that you were walking through to get to this point. It was like 20 feet.
That's right.
Already vampires and shattering stone. Tell them on this place is gonna be a trap.
Roll trap expert for me, please.
Mayhap I should walk before you always.
Okay. I will ask first, is there a trap here, and if so, what activates it?
So yeah, there is absolutely a trap here. As you're walking forward, you see the telltale signs of a spring trap in the wall. But that is just a red herring. The trap is actually there, but it's fairly obvious to your keen thief senses, and only your experienced eyes pick up the slight shadows on the ceiling that indicate the spikes that will probably drop down from the holes carved into the ceiling above the archway. It looks like a pair of traps intertwined.
So I point this out to the whoever's leading behind me. Is that Fergus?
Probably.
Okay,
Sounds like it.
Point it out to him, and then
The undead skeleton.
I'll also ask, what else is hidden here in this room?
So you're inspecting these traps from a distance, and you've like motioned the group to a stop, and like, are you trying to get them to be silent?
Yeah. We need to work quietly. Don't want to scare that big blue spider thing.
Yeah, your ears prick up a little bit. You're maybe on the lookout for the giant blue spider that you remember, but instead you hear something. You listen, and it's like you thought it was a skittering, and your heart increases a little bit. Not the spider, but instead it sounds like somebody walking on stone, but you don't, or crawling on stone, but you don't see anybody on the floor. And you start to look up, and you see a shadow just barely silhouetted at the edge of your vision, seemingly crawling upon the ceiling, but not the shadow of a spider, the shadow of a person.
I will ready my bow and point it in that general direction, trying to get Fergus's attention to look over there too.
What do you see?
Something crawling on the ceiling over there.
I will raise my my two-handed weapon up, and I will cast light as I call upon the light to illuminate the shadow.
Right as you try to do that, Haru, you see a pair of golden eyes in the darkness. Right as you raise your weapon and start to cast your spell, and you hear like a word in a language you don't know, spoken, and it softly rings in your ears.
I stand in defense of this location.
Can you defy danger for me, Haru? With wisdom.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay, good.
God.
So you do not understand what word is spoken to you, and you shake off whatever it is. But for this briefest of seconds, you felt something entering your mind.
Is there anything there now, or did the eyes disappear when that?
The eyes look surprised, and you hear skittering across the ceiling.
I will go back to cast light then to see if I can.
All right, yeah.
spot this thing.
Roll your light spell.
And I will choose, forget the spell.
All right, so what do you cast light on?
I'm going to cast it on my double-bladed scythe.
Okay, so you cast it on your scythe, and it emits a golden sun ray as you hold it aloft, and you hear is on the ceiling another vampire, the one that you scared off from before, most likely. You can't really tell them distinctly apart, but this one looked a little similar. Holds its hands over his eyes. It is briefly stunned. What did the rest of you do?
I will fire my arrow.
I wish
Give me a volley. That is a successful volley. Give me your damage roll.
Oh.
So yeah, your arrow flies up into the darkness, shimmering through Heru's light, and finds purchase in this white figure's hide, like right in the back. This thing shrieks, but it does little else aside from trying to scamper across the ceiling out of the way. What did you want to do there, Telmon?
I wish to take a moment to appraise the situation.
Okay. Do you want to discern realities?
Indeed.
All right. Yeah. Give me a roll. With wisdom.
Int for me. I get an 8.
Oh yeah, int. One question, I believe.
Indeed, only one.
Would you agree that we have entered into battle?
Yeah, we're in battle.
Because I have to roll through that size when I go into battle. That's what I was asking.
Okay.
So.
What should I be on the lookout for?
I think you're stepping a little bit backwards just out of reflex and necessity at this site, and your foot comes down on one of the stones and it sinks ever so slightly beneath your foot. Not enough to trigger whatever it is, but you do hear a slight click in the floor. It doesn't appear that your rogue was quite done with his trap work.
Traps
should
abound
be very-
in the room, be aware.
You should be very careful about triggering traps while this is going on.
I fail. I take -1 throughout the battle.
Okay, yeah. Elsewhere, in a nearby corridor, Powercord and Tolston, you're walking through not quite as nearly a neat stone surface, although you can see up ahead what looks to be like kind of the small walls of a catacomb-esque sort of structure. This is definitely more of a natural cave. You're walking through here, and Tolston has stopped at several points, saying that he keeps thinking he sees or hears something, but he can't quite make it out. And he will stare for long periods of time off into the darkness, where you think he can't see anything, but he insists he can. And I think as he's staring off into the darkness, you hear something skittering upon the ceiling and the wall behind you, Powercord. What do you do?
I'm gonna turn around and see if I can see anything.
There, in the vague light from the lantern that Tolson is carrying, it's partially shielded by his body and your own. You can see the glittering blue mass of a giant spider. Its body is approximately 2.5 to 3 feet in diameter. It has 8 sharp, icy-looking legs, and it almost blends in with the ice for a few moments, and then it starts to move downward again, like it had been slowly making its way down towards your head. What do you do?
I'm going to shout at it with all my might, say, I collapsed a room and I'll crush you too.
Oh god, alright, give me a mental hurlant roll, it sounds like. I think you start yelling, and Tolston turns around and he starts to say, like, what's going, and then we get like a sonic boom. Ooh, nice. Roll your damage.
Oh.
Why?
You blast it from the wall, and it lands on its back, and it immediately starts to right itself. And you feel the air around you start to chill as it scampers towards you, and Tolston just shouts, "Yeah, that's no ordinary spider. Time to run!" And he like grabs you and starts pulling you like back, like forward along the floor, trying to outrun this thing. Do you go with him, or do you face this thing in combat?
I'm gonna kind of pound my fists together and I'll say, "You go if you want. I have unfinished business here."
He just says, "Oh shit, one of those," and I think you see him place the lantern down as he starts pulling out a crossbow. Do you make a? I guess I'm gonna need you to defy danger if you're staying here. The spider leaps at you, like from its position, like 6 or 7 feet away, and it like leaps straight at you, and you see glistening, almost sharp, like sharpened legs flying straight towards you. How do you intend to defy this danger?
As it jumps at me, I want to like try to grab its legs and like stop it, basically. Stop it
Okay.
from progressing any further.
That sounds like a strength roll to me. Go ahead and defy with strength. Yeah, so you're able to grab it. And you're able to grab the thing's legs, and 2 of its, it's got many legs, but you're able to grab like a bunch of 2 of them, and it starts like slicing its other legs across your thighs, and starts opening cuts on you, and the cuts burn, but burn coldly. And you can see frost starting to form on your wounds, and you can see like frost coming from the pincers of its mouth. It's very evident to you that if you continue to hold this thing, it's going to start dealing you some significant amount of cold damage over time, even if you prevent it from actually giving you like an all-out attack. You're not able to fully wrest control of this thing. What do you do?
I want to kind of get my face in close to it and look at it in its beady little spider eyes and just shout at it, "You die now, foul creature."
Okay, so are you going to continue to hold it?
I'm going to like hold it while I shout at it and then let it go, and hopefully the force of my shout will knock it back.
Okay. All right. I'll let you roll your metal hurlet, but I'm also gonna ask you to roll 2d4.
Okay.
All right. So you take 7 points of freezing damage as this thing begins to freeze you solid, even in the short period in which you are holding it. It suddenly becomes very obvious to you how those pillars formed in the previous room. They might not have been pillars so much as frozen spider webs. Let's get your shout going, because you endure this regardless of the freezing, as like the ice begins to work its way up your arms. Yeah, 5 damage. You blow it backwards. There's not a whole lot that resists sonic blasts. It flies backwards. You hear shattering as like one of the walls cracks behind it. And not only that, but 2 of its legs just shatter from the sonic force. And it topples to the ground. And you hear a shh, and a crossbow bolt from behind you, a really nasty one with 3 points, flies over your shoulder and just impales this thing right through the back. It's still alive, but it's very, very hurt. And it is very obviously at a disadvantage. Do you want to try to finish it off? There is, I think, as you're pausing here with hesitation, there is a as you see a crack emanate from the far wall, but it remains steady for the moment.
I'm going to ever just kind of increasingly enraged here. I'm going to shout at the cracked wall and say, "I'll bring this room down on top of you."
Oh god!
Oh my god! That's
roll
pretty awesome.
another metal hurlant as Tolston just says, "Oh brother, wow, that's a success. Better than a failure." So you're shouting past the spider, but into the wall.
Yeah.
There is a massive crack, and there's and you see it spider web up the walls. The spider tries to crawl away from you, and suddenly the ceiling on the far side of the wall starts to begin to collapse. And Tolston says, "We really need to go now. I think you made your point." And he starts tugging you like towards. It looks like a shallow set of stairs leading upwards.
Okay, I will reluctantly follow him.
Yeah, you can hear bits of the ceiling breaking off behind you as you flee the room as it starts to collapse behind you.
If you want more, you know where to find me.
So Tolston leads you off into some stoneworks. Now the battle with the vampire. Fergus. I think Fergus and Lotho. You two were both pretty early on in the fight. What are you two both doing?
Quick question. With using Trap Expert, if there's more than one trap in the room, do I have to ask the first question multiple times then?
Let me read Trap Expert. Is there a trap here? And if so, what activates it? No. If there is a trap here, it should apply to multiple traps.
Oh, okay. I'll just do my last question then. What does a trap do when activated? For my part.
So the one on the wall obviously fires a spray of darts. You don't know if they're poisonous or not. Out across the room, laterally, and it looks like it's activated by pressure plates. There also seems to be pressure plates just beyond it that look to activate spikes that will shoot down from the ceiling.
Okay. I'll try to be shouting out to avoid pressure plates on the floor. So, see if that comes across to anybody as anything. I'll just shout kind of, "Don't step anywhere you're not supposed to."
Looks around and sees no pressure plates.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I'll stand in defense of this area.
all right, so you're gonna roll a defend, please.
At a +1. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Alright.
So this thing starts to skitter away from you, and obviously retreat. Haru, what do you do? It seems to be retreating along the ceiling. You guys are in a passageway, and there's only one exit because one of the exits have closed, and it seems to be crawling across the ceiling into the building beyond.
I don't want this thing to escape, so I'm going to do something really ridiculous, and I am going to focus on it and pray that this thing fears its cowardice and faces us in honor. And I'm going to try to cause fear on it against the exit it's trying to take.
Oh, that's interesting.
Give me a cause fear roll.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
I'm having some bad freaking dice today.
The 2s and 3s are strong if you're desperate.
You lose cause fear.
Ah. Truly sad.
Telemon, what do you do? This thing is nearly out of sight.
I wish
You can
to
see up
try
ahead
to-
there's like side passages and rooms. It's obvious you're entering some main part of the facility. It looks like if it gets in here, it might be almost impossible to find.
I wish to try to summon a monster in the doorway it's going to.
Ooh, nice.
Go intelligence.
Nice.
10. Roll 1d6.
First 10 that I was seen in a while, I think.
I've had a couple of them today.
I like on light.
Like 3 things. Okay. It's not reckless. It does 1d8 damage, and its bond to my plane is strong. So it has 21 hit points.
Nice. All right, make sure you write all that down, because I am not remembering that.
Righto, I will copy them into my sheet for now.
Spawn to this plane is strong. It is not reckless, and it does 1d8 damage.
Indeed.
You summon a door. Like in the pathway, all of a sudden there's this shimmering, and a silver door appears out of nowhere and slams shut right in front of this thing, and it slams right into it and rebounds. And you hear a familiar voice shout, "What in the... How did I get here?"
My bad, we'll discuss that later.
I've moved all of 100 feet, damn you!
At least you get to stop the vampire from escaping further into the facility.
So, what do you guys do?
I will wish to fire at it again now.
Alright, give me a volley roll. Yeah, it's obviously not able to flee.
I will. I will. Ooh. I don't know if I want to do that. I'll reduce my ammo by 1.
Alright. Roll your damage. So I think what happens is your arrows might have been a little bit more brittle from your cryo time than you thought, and it smacks into this vampire right in the chest, and the point goes in, but the rest of the shaft just shatters and splinters apart, dealing it a blow, knocking it to the side. It turns and hisses. It looks at the door. It curses in some sort of language. Does anybody speak Elven here?
I believe I do.
It sounds like Elven, but not Elven that you are familiar with, like a really old Elven, maybe. It turns, and I think the closest person is Fergus. Fergus is right out front.
One could
defending
argue
the
that
place.
the Elvish I speak is Old Elven.
Yeah, that's true.
Older than current day. Fergus, it turns to you. You see its eyes glitter, and I need you to make a Defy Danger roll.
I'm already defending this location, so I'll just draw its attack to me.
It's not attacking you.
Okay. I'll just stare back at it and wait.
Okay, give me a Defy Danger with Wisdom then.
Six.
Ooh. Okay, so you're staring back at these eyes, and all of a sudden it's all you can see. And in your head you hear a voice in a language you've never heard before, but for some reason you can understand it. And it just says, "Kill them all." And you are compelled to kill all of your companions.
Curious.
What do you do, Fergus?
So I have to do exactly what it says.
You are compelled.
I guess I'm attacking the closest person to me, whoever that happens to be.
I think that's probably Lotho.
Okay.
Jeez.
So how would you go ahead and attack Lotho?
I would use my axe. That's all I got. I would just turn my head to him and like see glowing eyes.
You don't see. I think actually you do see a little bit of faint. No, you don't have eyes. No. So
Oh, sockets. Yeah.
yeah, no glowing. And Lotho, you see Fergus turn suddenly, like after he freezes for a second, and he just throws himself with his axe right at you. Fergus, make a hack and slash roll. Ouch. All right, roll damage.
Oh God.
There's definitely
You're
no
really
way you
bad.
could have predicted that one.
Oh yeah, I know.
I would have given you a chaw or something if it had been something else. But this is instantaneous. 8 damage.
Oh.
How does Lotho look after that?
About half.
Okay, so bloodied.
Yeah.
So Fergus hurls himself at Lotho, raising his axe, and Lotho, I assume you don't probably say anything, you just move to defend yourself since you don't really know these people. But this dwarf, undead as he is crazy, and he's very powerful with this axe. And his axe slices over your head and actually gouges a mark through the stone in the wall. And you are just barely fast enough to move away from him, but his axe does catch you on the back and knocks you back towards Telamon. Telamon, you see this happen, and so do you, Heru. If anybody has anything they would like to do, Telamon or Heru, now's the time.
I do not believe that Fergus would do this. Fergus, what foul magic has begripped you? Be gone with it! Dispel magic.
All right.
It's only at a +2, so actually I'll just roll it so that I can push the button. Because while I keep the door summoned, I take -1 to casting. It is an 8. So I will take -1 on going.
All right. So you reach out and you wipe the magical spell that is currently affecting Fergus's mind. Fergus, you collapse to one knee, utterly dazed and confused. Heru, what do you do?
I think that this thing has officially really, really pissed me off, and I'm going to turn to it. I'm going to call down the wrath of Deshret and try to empower my weapon with magic weapon, and right after that, I am going to attempt to bolt declare Exterminatus while I am throwing it. I'm not sure if I can do all that.
Ooh, yeah, you're getting like Xena this thing. Yeah, you can
its eyes.
Exterminatus this.
It has some strange power.
Okay, I'm going to Exterminatus it, and then I'm going to, I guess, throw it. I'm not sure if I can cast magic weapon before I throw it or not, though.
I'll let you try since you're really pissed.
Here we
Roll magic
go.
weapon. If magic weapon fails, things may happen. No, that's a
Oh,
success.
thank God.
So you reel your double side back over your shoulder. It's glowing already with light, and now it glows even heavier. You know, it's like molten gold covering it. You're winding it back to throw. Give me a volley.
You will not corrupt my companions' minds, foul creature.
Nice. So what do you take as your negative on your volley?
Let me check, because losing ammo obviously doesn't count. Give me 1 second here.
Not that you would like it to count in any fashion.
I am going to take, You have to move into danger to get the shot. I'm going to probably just lunge right up at this thing, try and lunge it in. So yeah.
So you dart forward and like do it's like a Grecian shot put, like, or discus throw almost, and you just fling it straight out. Roll your damage plus your Exterminatus plus your magic weapon. This is this is gonna kill this thing so bad.
I hope.
Maybe.
1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on 1 second, I'm adding all that up. Trying to get back to my sheet to make sure I get it all right here. Okay, so that's plus 1d4. Plus, and then Exterminatus does, I think, is it 2d4?
Sounds rightish.
And also, I am on a quest, so I add Smite for another 1d4. Here we go.
Holy crap! even
Jesus
with
Christ.
I think
even with
it's
a
dead.
pair of ones, Haru literally discus throws this thing, and it blazes through like a golden sun disc. Like it literally turns into a disc of like molten gold as it flings through the air. If anybody's ever seen Dragon Ball Z, he just threw a Destructo disc. It flies through the air. It nearly, I think it clips a millimeter off of Fergus's horn on his helmet. It zips past Fergus, and Telemon has to throw himself out of the way. The door shouts something like, "My doors cannot repel firepower of that magnitude. Watch where you're throwing that thing," and it flies straight through the corridor. And the vampire's eyes grow wide as this thing flies straight into it. And you hear like the sound of a lawnmower going off on a squirrel, maybe. And and
That's a nasty
all
thought.
of a sudden the vampire just like explodes. Gore and viscera flying in 360 by 360 degrees in a sphere everywhere. But you're like on your last step there, and you hear a click right beneath your feet, Harudeshra, and all of a sudden, chunk, 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 as darts start flying out of the wall. I will give you an option to defy danger here, Haru.
Ooh, yeah, I am definitely going to, I hear the darts flying, and I'm going to assume that they're probably aimed at chest height. Well, no, I think I'm just going to probably jump back as fast as I can. I don't
Okay,
that
give me a
seems like
dex.
that's more likely.
I still think the door's correct response should have been hell no. So I go,
Haru, D8 plus 1.
Out.
Yeah, you take 7.
Small price to pay.
And the fight is over. Before you spot. I think everybody looks over and you see Haru pincushioned with darts. Like he's wincing. There's darts stuck all through his side. There's like 5 of them. And everybody's kind of like looking around, and you see that where there once was a vampire, there's now a gouge in the wall, and you see his scythe has come to a rest, sticking out of the wall. It's just covered in blood dripping down. It looks like if you shoved a grenade down somebody's throat. That's basically what happened. And right across from that, you see the silver doors, except they're literally covered in blood, and there's just blood dripping down. And the door just goes, "Oh, great."
I'm going to turn to Fergus and say, is he of his right mind again? That foul creature was distorting him, corrupting his
It
misery.
had some odd magics. I was compelled to attack an ally.
All right,
Felt to
don't
try to get into my head earlier, but it
don't
failed.
move anymore. I'm kind of looking over at Haru. I start pulling out some coins, and I'll lay them across the plates that I see.
Lotho, come here for a moment.
You're going to hit me with that axe again?
I may be able to help you.
I'm kind of eyeing him a little bit, but I cautiously come closer after laying down the coins.
And I reach out my hand and use balance on Lotho.
How much balance?
I'm gonna use. What are you down by 10? I'm gonna use 3 balance.
All right.
Really like that balance thing, by the way.
How much
Good idea.
balance do you have left?
I have 2 left. I did a lot of damage during that adventure.
Yep.
4. You gain
Nice.
9 hit points.
Nice. So I feel better.
Yeah, surprisingly, this undead dwarven warrior lays his hand upon you, and your wounds start to seal up and feel naturally better.
Thank you, skeletal cleric.
Is the balance.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, about the traps in this room, says Tell, while he still stands where he's been standing the whole fight so far.
I think everybody's like paused where they are. Like maybe
Don't step on any of the
there's
coins, and you should
Telemon
be
hovering
fine.
on one foot.
So I warn them of where the coins are to not step there.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Lord Door, we meet again.
Indeed.
I will go back and collect them once they've gotten through.
Perhaps if we successfully reach our destination, we should summon this door again. It's been a useful door.
Fortunately, I cannot pick what I summon.
Is there anything in the visceral gore around of any kind of value as I kind of sift through it with the edge of one of my arrows?
Again, for once, somebody actually remembers to loot something.
Well, I figure the thief has to.
So, I mean,
you. It is fair to say you guys do end most fights running away, or with the thing exploded.
There was like 3 times I wanted to do it with Satal, but it wasn't in his character, so I didn't.
Yep. Let's see what he had on him, because a vampire would certainly have something, probably, or at least potentially have something.
He was naked, though.
Some of them were described as naked. Might have had a belt. Might have had a dagger jammed in his ass. Who knows?
Yeah.
I know they're a vampire and they have great regenerative properties, but my god, if that's the best way you can spend your time.
Might have been just a vampire version of Bunko from ages ago.
Can you
Be a very
roll?
short vampire then?
Can you roll a D8 plus 4 plus plus another D4.
Looks promising.
Wow. So, this may not be of interest to you, Lotho. You're poking around in the viscera of this guy. You don't know where he had it hidden, but you find a scroll.
Well, I'll take it.
And it certainly teems with magical energy.
I probably don't know that, but I'll take it.
It teems with magical energy beneath your fingers.
Oh, okay.
Roll again.
Same thing?
Yep.
That's a bit lower.
Roll 1d4.
oh god.
You find a bag of coins. 100 coins. One weight.
Alrighty.
I'm still working out the new coin system. That is coming though. It is also it will arrive when I've got the map for the airship done.
Righto.
I will safety it away in my bag. Along with the scroll.
So everybody sees you looting the scroll.
Oh, darn.
Does any
Okay.
you didn't say anything about you trying to hide it, and plus you're out in plain sight. Does Does Telemon say anything about the scroll? Or does anybody else? I knew
indeed
Harrow
does.
Deshret.
With his
I know
interest in
Harrow
magical
Deshret
mysteries,
said
I would
something
say.
about you
that he'd
shall
be
not take
interested.
the magical artifacts. Nothing was said about him trying to hide anything. And to be fair, the guts of this thing were right below Harrow Deshret's glowing weapon. So it would have been right out in plain sight. So one of you could have said something.
Have you found something interesting? I might ask as I eye
Uh,
it.
piece of paper and more trap placers.
Is it a map?
Don't know. I open it up. Look at it.
There's a lot of writing that you have absolutely no idea what it means.
It reads,
There's some symbol.
I prepared explosive runes this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like writing of some kind.
Writing, you say? Let me have a look.
How much you want for it?
That depends what it says, doesn't it?
I already like this new character.
Well, how about I hold it and you read it?
I'm just going to pull my weapon out of the wall with a really loud shrink right next to Lotho and just give him a look.
I nod back at him.
It's like there's absolutely nothing wrong that I just yoinked all the
Very
time.
well. I will read it from within his hands then.
The information on the scroll is all the information needed to learn a new spell, Telemon. You're glancing over it. Ironically enough, it is all the information needed to learn the spell Wall of Ice, a level 7 evocation.
Ah, you don't say.
So, what is it worth it to you?
Perhaps we can use it for fire paper?
Oh no, we are not using it for fire paper. It's worth quite a fair bit to me, I would say.
You are new at this haggling thing, are you not, Telemon?
Perhaps now. Perhaps I am. Haggling, I've done it before. But then again, who knows what we'll find? I'm still sure we'll find more than enough for everyone. But for now, I will trade you a diamond worth 400 coin for it.
I kind of size up the paper, hold it there. Is it helpful to you and us if you have this now?
With this, I could cast walls of ice wherever we desire.
Ice.
Indeed.
Done deal. I'll take the diamond for this. My eyes get kind of big as he says
Haru
ice.
crosses his arms and says that this is your lucky day, thief. I would have insisted that your repentance and continued survival in this adventure would have been enough for enough for payment for you, the likes of you coming here to steal holy artifacts. And just keep shaking my head.
Alright, so the level 7 spell Wall of Ice has been added to the arcane spell list.
Ah, indeed.
For your perusal.
Indeed it shall be.
And to be fair, it actually did say all of the information needed to learn a new spell.
Oh, cool.
That's exactly what you rolled. So for the benefit of everybody else here, because I know people will be looking, you summon a wall of pure ice drawn around any area you can see. It can be up to 100 feet in length, 20 feet in height, and 6 feet in thickness. Any one of these dimensions can be doubled at the expense of having one of the others. Aside from being magically created, its physical properties are entirely natural, and it lasts as long as ice normally would in whatever environment you summon it into.
Indeed, this is very nice.
It's a very simple spell, but a very, very powerful one.
Yeah, I'd like to see you try and cut through 12 feet of ice in a doorway. Has its own difficulties, I think, but it's still very nice.
So you guys are standing there, and the door just says, "Well, so I guess I'll be guarding this particular passageway for the next several centuries, then."
Perhaps not. I'm still holding the spell at the moment. I believe when I dismiss it, you will go back to where you were. Or knows, you may even go back to where you came from. I'm not quite sure about that.
Intriguing. Considering where I came from is now a crater beneath what used to be a swamp, that may not be advisable.
Unfortunately, I have little control over that, and you will not be here to tell me.
I imagine not many creatures live in Sarcasmos Folly these days.
Oh, where the Fireball 2 was tested. I've heard about that. Or does he have more than one folly? Could very
Tested
well be.
tested is such a strong word.
His words, not mine. I have not personally seen it.
Well, shall I grant you passage as per our arrangement?
Indeed.
There's no other doors in this room on this hallway, right? Just forward or back.
There's just the one. Like, this was literally the entrance arch into what looked to be a larger complex,
yeah,
and you guys placed the door right here. And so he says, "Very well," and he starts lowering himself into the ground. You guys
I
carefully
dismissed the
pick your.
spell, so he goes back to where he was. Or wherever he goes when he gets dismissed.
Okay, yeah. He goes back into the ground and then he just disappears from somewhere. No, you probably don't hear it. So, you guys stand in what looks to be if it was filled with sarcophagi, you would say a catacomb. There are many stone archways, like buttresses in here, holding up the ceiling. Extending to your left, as far as almost the eye can see, are just passageway upon passageway, and then also extending in front of you. To your right, about 20 feet, you can see where the wall is. As far as you can tell, this is one giant space with many passageways and small rooms built within it.
I will want to inspect the larger area before the small rooms for traps before we step into there.
Okay, all right. Give me a roll.
Ooh, 9. I think I only get to hold 1 with that. On a 7-9, hold 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll go with the main one. Is there a trap here? And if so, what activates it?
In your immediate vicinity, no.
So nothing in the main room that goes into the smaller entryways.
Picture like a wine cellar spreading out a very large distance.
Okay.
You can't just search the entire like football field size space within a few seconds or
Gotcha. So just
within your rough vicinity,
you said it's like a 20-foot square area or something like that.
It's larger than that. I don't want to be arbitrary about it. It's just like this is most. It's not purposefully constructed to be a maze, but it's almost a maze. Like it's a huge space.
Seems nothing in this room right here.
You see no. You do, however, hear like the sound of footsteps coming from the passage to your left.
Something approaches from the left. I point in that general direction, just in case somebody doesn't know their left from the right.
Was the other door in the ice corridor to the left or to the right?
You never saw.
Oh, we never saw it.
Door.
Okay,
I'm gonna
spend
my staff that way and aim the one of the blades in that direction to try to light down that room.
Yeah. Well, if you were doing light, I'm not gonna follow.
So is everybody getting into like the ready position, lined up almost like Power Rangers-esque, and around the corner, Power Cord and Tolston like walk around, and Tolston like stops for a second. He's like, "Oh, well, huh? Who's the shrimp?"
He be the one that was in the ice.
Glad to see you all beat it.
He's a bit greedy, though.
It is good to see you as well. We feared that you were trapped behind that fallen cavern.
Well, he slaps Power Cord on the back a little bit. We've been making sure things haven't been following us, right, Power Cord?
Yeah, about that. Now that we're all together again, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go finish something.
You guys might want to put your thumbs in your ears.
Why is that?
Alright, question.
He has a disturbing habit of doing this. So Parkour, do you go back into the passage where you just came from?
Yeah, I want to finish off that spider.
All right,
Just
you want
to
to
be
just
safe.
yell down there? All right, give me a metal hurlet.
Actually, better yet, I'm just gonna kind of like get down there, and if I don't see like the spider on the way, which I don't think I will, I'm just gonna like kind of do my best to collapse the room some more.
All right, yeah, give me a metal hurlet. Let's see how it goes. That might be the last you guys ever see a power cord.
It might be.
Cannot get lucky with that, man.
With metal hurlet, it affects your target, but it also affects the target of the GM's choosing. Yeah, so you let out a mighty roar, frustrated that the spider has not shown its cowardly self, and you hear collapsing from the tunnels down beneath you, and you start, slapping your hands together, slapping the dust off, kind of satisfied, and you turn to go, and you start hearing the tunnel, like, directly behind you start to collapse, and you turn and you see there's a fissure forming in the stairwell and above it, and like you see the entire stairwell start to collapse, and you have to run. Can you defy danger?
Oh boy.
What?
Everybody hears a massive collapsing as it sounds like the earth is like having a hernia.
Oh no.
What would this be? The kind of a defy danger.
Well, how you could run fast, you could try to block off, you could try to like endure the shards falling atop you. You could try to like shove them out of the way. Like how do you envision?
I'm gonna like cross my arms kind of over my head and just run like hell.
Okay. So you're trying to kind of endure it.
Yeah, I guess. And do
All right,
it while
give me
getting out of there as fast as possible.
The correct
Which
answer
is-
to use the lump of loot metal as a shield.
All right. Roll endurance. Or con, I mean. Is that 8 your roll?
Yeah.
What do you have on your person?
Let's see. I have my leather armor, a bunch of adventuring gear, like 2 sets of adventuring gear, because I was given some extra by somebody, a heavy blanket, and my melted lump of loot.
You feel it tearing as whatever the largest sum of adventuring gear gets ripped off your back by a rock. It just lands right on it, and it just rips it right off, and you have to leave it behind. But you are able to outrun it, and coming out of a cloud of dust and collapsing debris out of what is obviously a now collapsed tunnel runs power cord, covered in dust and debris.
Was that really necessary?
No more trouble from down there.
No one can ever say he didn't bring the house down.
Aye.
At this rate, I hope it stays up long enough for us to get through it.
So, Tolston looks about. Where do you reckon we are?
Looks to be catacombs of some kind to me.
Do you think
Vampires
we're-
might reinforce that.
You think we're beneath the fort?
Sarcasmus did mention it was an escape route they built. So I kind of inferred it would be longer than we have traveled to reach there.
Tunnels may run for miles. You don't know. One door is as good as another at this point.
Well, I guess we make our way on then. Do you guys just make your way through the catacombs?
Mayhap we should look in these side alcoves. You never know. Maybe they store it near the exit.
Lotho would definitely want to look at some of the alcoves here.
Lotho, you pass, a few piles of casks what might have been wine at one point. They don't really catch much of your attention. You kind of go over and you kick them just to make sure they don't jingle. What does get your attention though, Lotho, something glints silvery in the far distance, outside of your illumination, in one of the alcoves, as you guys are slowly making your way as kind of a blob through the catacombs.
Let's see here. I don't have a light source myself, so I'll have to like sneak over there a little bit and get it.
Like, in a little bit, or are you gonna do it? You guys are kind of like wandering through here.
I mean, does it look like I can get over there and get it and then come back to the party quickly?
You can sneak over there.
I shall
if
do
you
that.
want. Defy danger with dexterity.
As we're going along, I want to sing a little impromptu song about how I totally kicked that spider's ass, with the hopes that my heroic deeds will inspire Haru Deshret.
Spider? What spider?
We heard of a spider, but I thought they would be long dead.
Indeed, who could say how long they were imprisoned in those pillars? Did not think it would still be around. If this is indeed the one you spoke of, Lotho.
You guys are having this conversation, and Fergus.
Hi.
And Haru, I think just Fergus, you notice Lothos kind of sneak off into the darkness while everybody's distracted.
Lotho will be going that way. He seems to be a sneaky little type.
I will turn my blade in the general direction of where I said to have gone and see if I can illuminate the path.
You see quite a few different archways and alcoves. You don't see Lotho. It is evident that he is not there, though.
We can't have him getting to what you need before we do, Taliban. We should follow him.
Perhaps. I do not think we are yet where we need to go, but I do not want to, do not know what these catacombs were used to hold. Other than vampires, it seems.
Lotho, you make your way through the dark, and you come across the thing that glinted at the edge of your light. It seems to be something beneath a large cloth tarp.
I will pull off the tarp and check it out.
You in your life have never seen anything quite like this before. It is a large contraption. It seems to be made of steel, like very highly polished steel. It seems to be some sort of ballista, maybe, but it's not the size of a normal, like, siege ballista. It's maybe 4.5 feet long and maybe like 3.5 feet wide, and it looks like actually like 5 or 6 ballista kind of stacked on top of each other, all made of metal, but they have multiple like bolt faces where they would come out of. So it looks like it's actually like a rack of like 25. It looks incredibly complex. It's made out of almost entirely of metal and actual bolts. You've never seen anything quite like it. You know it must weigh like a ton.
Does it appear to be a trap, or does it appear to be some kind of siege weapon, or should I discern realities for that? Or
if it's a trap, it's not been activated by anything you've done so far. You don't have to roll a discern realities. Like, if you walk up, it's obvious that it's not cocked. Like,
okay.
none of the bolts are drawn back or anything. And if you look behind it, you can see that there is actually a large basket full of almost javelin-sized bolts in storage.
Do they run across the wall? They run vertical or horizontally?
The ones in storage?
No, these kind of ballista things.
No,
They
there's one.
Oh, there's just
It's
one.
it's like on a turreted mechanism. It's on a stand.
Hmm.
It's like a 5x5 rack.
Okay.
Like if you push against it, it actually swivels a little bit and it squeaks.
Does it point at anything aside from just the hallway? Does it point down another hall or something?
It was pointing generally down the hallway you were coming from.
Okay.
And you see beyond you that this alcove actually has a door at the end.
Okay, I will get the other's attention and say, call out to him. I found something interesting.
I guess we walk that way. What have you found?
Yeah, so coming out of the light, you guys see an incredibly strange contraption like I just described. It's like some sort of miniature many-shot ballista made of steel.
I carefully stay out of in front of it.
Yeah, and it's lying on like a very sturdy stand which it can swivel upon.
Does it fire
the whole
ballista bolts or like crossbow bolts?
Spears.
Yeah, they're like the size of like javelins. They're wooden, but they've got metal points to them with barbs.
And beyond, over there, a door.
Tolston is immediately like aghast at this thing, and he says, "What? I can't believe this." And he's moving to it. I've never seen anything like this before. It's. I mean, have you ever seen anything like this? This is incredible.
It
How
looks
much
to be
steel
somewhat
and
like
workmanship.
a ballista, but quite a bit more than that, I would say.
Yeah, looking at it, you could just wager that this thing could fit on. Yeah, this thing could fit on a cart, sort of. Ironically enough to what Haru just posted there. It has to be hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And I think Tolston moves a lever back, and you can hear some like clicking inside, and you hear like cha-chunk, cha-chunk, and it's obvious that there's like mechanisms that are like working inside. And he says, "It still works. This is incredible." And he kind of like stops and starts examining it.
Something Memon built, you think?
Yeah, Telemon, you actually see the symbol of Graves clan emblazoned right on the side, along with a pair of initials, MG.
Does seem likely. See here?
Yeah,
So,
he
but
looks.
Personally, I worry about what it's meant to guard this tunnel from.
Well, he just says, "Well, that's beside the point. This is amazing. I think this is the hunter's surprise. There was talk that Memon Graves was working on something that could take down anything."
Hopefully he also worked on armor. I seem to be without any at the moment. I'm just gonna kind of motion to my
There's always
chest.
one for weapons and traps in my experience, not so much armor.
This could. I mean, if this works on the same repeating mechanism that my hand crossbows work, this thing could fire almost ballista-sized bolts, but at a much faster rate. It'd be like having a dozen ballista at once.
That would be very useful in defense of an area.
Do you think there's any way we could get this out of here?
It had got in here somehow, unless it was built to guard this hallway.
Till we find an exit of some sort, I don't believe there's any way we can move it.
He's
least
looking
figure
almost
out to where we're
desperate
headed.
now, like kid who's found
How much
Christmas
do you
toy
figure
shop
it weighs?
and is being told that he has to leave a couple hundred
Need I remind you that we left many angry undead right outside the door?
Oh, many angry undead this could certainly take care of, maybe. This thing could kill a dragon. This thing could certainly kill a dragon, he says.
Looks too heavy for me to carry.
If we could perhaps lift it, I could summon several unseen servants to carry the weight, but I'm not sure how many it would take.
Is there no way else? He kind of says, looking a little disappointed. It would be horrible to leave this here.
Hey, Telemon, why don't you just make it tiny and put it in your pocket?
I don't believe I have the capability to do that. I do not think it would fit if in the bag of holding, unless we take it apart. That can carry any amount of weight.
He gulps and he says, if it means doing that or leaving it behind, I can take it apart. Just think about mounting this on the airship. That thing already has a turret mount.
How many servants do you think we would need to carry it? Besides the easier course of action.
Well, how much weight can one of those things carry?
Well, that's the thing. It's not measured in weight. Each one carries 3 load.
Maybe 3 of them?
Perhaps we will have to lift it, though. They cannot lift anything themselves, only carry what has been placed upon them.
I'll want to go examine the doorway, that door that you pointed out earlier, for any traps on it.
Okay. All right, give me a roll.
Oh, drat.
There are no traps.
Of course not.
Well, depending upon the weight, I might be able to carry it for a time.
Perhaps
I
we
have
should look around. If it was not
very little load at the time.
if it was not built on place, which it may have been, there may be a cart or something nearby that was built to carry it around. Carry it.
Maybe it's in this room, and I'll open the door.
From out of the wall, a blade appears. You can have a moment to defy danger.
I will quickly hit the ground and roll.
Is this
Give me
the
a
wall
dex.
sight trap?
Yep.
You should be familiar with this one. I used it a lot.
Kind of scream out, going, "Didn't see that!" and kind of duck and roll.
Oh, Lotho. This is how burglars discover traps. They either discover them intentionally and disarm them, or they discover them unintentionally.
The burglar class just eats them in the face all the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's how the
You can
burglar
dive out
NPC
of the
does.
way. You can dive out of the way, but your bundle of arrows is going to be sheared in half.
Oh, crap. There's all my ammo. I'm assuming that there's probably some arrows around in this keep, so I'll dive out of the way, sharing my arrows.
Yep. All right, there goes your ammo.
Maybe you have darts now, eh?
Tolston just says, "Holy shit! I didn't see that. Wow, those were well hidden."
Yes. I didn't see that coming.
Yes. Your hair just goes down around you.
I think Lotho's a little bit pale as these blades slowly retract into the wall. These look very similar to something you ran into on the island, Telemon. It's very clear where Sarcasmus is getting his inspiration.
Indeed.
Please tell me there's a cart in that room that I opened up.
There is.
Ooh.
Yeah, there is a metal cart with wheels on the bottom. It is literally like a truck, a little hand truck. It looks like this thing probably was wheeled into place with.
Great.
Looks promising.
Let's tie it up to the big green one and be on our way.
Who's doing the heaviest of the lifting?
I suppose
I'll put some heavy lifting into it if I can help.
All right, so Fergus, do you want to aid Heru? We can give everybody can actually aid with this. This is big enough where everybody can
Ooh.
aid.
Cool. I've even got a bond with Haru already.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
get.
Fergus. I'd rather aid Fergus if I can aid
Okay.
Fergus.
All right, Fergus can
I
make the
don't have a
main
bond
roll.
with him.
Okay.
And everybody can roll plus aid for Fergus. We'll have Fergus roll last.
You can only roll if you have a bond with him, though. I do
That-
believe.
Haven't had a chance to get yourself.
Does it
a
say
bond with
that?
him yet.
Well,
I
no,
think
thought it
so.
was just
you
plus
roll
0.
plus bonds. If you have no bonds, then you just get
Yeah.
plus 0.
You roll flat.
Are you
yeah.
sure?
Yeah, you roll flat. It's plus bonds.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
It says when you help or hinder someone you have a bond with, roll plus bond.
Ah,
With them.
okay.
Oh,
That seems
maybe
kind of like I think you should be able to help people you don't have bonds with. That seems kind of.
Well,
I
it's
didn't
in the
write more
rules.
bonds. I completely forgot.
Yeah, I had that come up recently. It's like I could have sworn I read it that way.
What? I only have a bond. What? I only have a bond. I can't help him either, I guess, because I only have a bond with Telemon. I thought for sure I had one with Fergus.
I think you cleared everything last time.
All right, so who actually does have a bond with Fergus?
I do.
I think just
All
tell.
right, so Fergus, you get a plus
Maybe
1.
power cord?
Okay.
Let's
Yeah,
get a
power
roll
cord
from
has
Fergus. But doesn't
Oh,
matter.
nice.
You guys do not drop it, and you don't break it.
Yay.
You guys are able to successfully lever it onto the cart, and Tolston just like he's like,
This is
oh,
a
thank God.
heavy son of a-
Yeah, you get it on there.
I don't suppose
and
you have any idea what the recoil on that would be if we fired it on the cart.
he just starts to laugh. He's like, well, I don't envy anybody we run into in these hallways. I don't think we could miss.
Now, what of the barrel with those spears?
Yeah. So he starts taking a few barrel stacks and putting them on the back of the cart. It's like doesn't hurt to have some ammo.
These spears it uses for ammo, how durable do they look?
They are essentially javelins.
I might try to
you
scoop
could-
a few of those up, actually.
Yeah, you could use some of the ones that are going to get left behind if you wanted to.
We can't take all the ammo
Last
anyway.
call
I'd
for
definitely grab a
javelin
couple.
restocking.
I don't know the stats on javelins or anything, unfortunately.
I had them.
Is
Do
it-
you still have it listed there?
I think I
one
just
weight?
made it red. It should be there. Back to
You have
my
hunting
page.
spears.
No, I had them before, but I don't have them now.
There are no javelins in the game. I'm gonna say, they are thrown near, and 2 for 1 weight.
Yeah, I think that's what they were before.
The Thrones of Volley roll, right?
Yep.
I'll take a set then.
All right, cool. Yeah, you can take as many as you want. There's
Cool.
like a large amount here. It looks like this was a position meant to be fortified, sort of.
So
I'm gonna grab a
what of the
handful of
door
them.
behind it? Was that where the cart was?
Yeah, the door was the cart was behind the door, and further beyond the cart, it seems to be an actual like continuation into the interior. And actually, you look beyond it, and you can see the glinting of glass.
Glass. What time is it? I wonder if it's still night out.
You don't see light. It almost looks like a display cabinet.
I'll go check that out for.
I think we all will, unless you have any light source.
Yeah, so you guys start wheeling the cart in.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume
And I
it fits
think-
to the door.
It does, just barely. It
I take a
squeaks
couple of
through.
The
javelins.
cart
too.
came out,
Okay.
so
And I think you guys are all drawn maybe to your eyes are drawn to different things as you. It slowly dawns on you that you're making your way into a large chamber with a series of secondary chambers off of it, all filled with boxes and crates and shelves. And occasionally against one of the support pillars or one of the walls, you will see a display case with glass display and some sort of item in here. There are so many in here that you could spend hours going through this stuff.
Well, I do believe this is the armory that was spoken of.
If you want to picture it, this is like the poor man's version of the Raiders of the Lost Ark Museum.
Well,
I kind of drool and make a small noise and say, I think I should check for traps though first, just in case. But I want to look for stuff too.
yeah, that does
So
seem likely. I did
I'll
say it was
pull out
likely
my
we would
own-
find more than we could carry here.
I'll pull out my own lantern to also look for traps in the area, in the region, in the
Okay.
main chamber here.
Yeah, so mark down a dungeoneering kit use and pull out a lantern.
7. So just the first question again. Is there a trap here, and if so, what activates it?
You don't notice any mechanical traps. You do notice some odd orbs on the ceiling that start to illuminate a dull red, but don't do anything as you pass by, as you are walking with the group. I'm going to rule that since they are not mechanical and mundane in nature, you can't really know precisely what they do or what activates them.
Okay, so I'll say this. These traps, there might be some that are possibly magical?
It could be. Sarcasmus secured the treasure vault at the Mage's Guild with similar orbs. They might be of similar ilk.
All right, so
Go ahead and dispel them, wizard.
I think that might be a bad idea,
Indeed.
Tolston says. They don't seem to be doing anything as you guys are like walking beneath a few. Perhaps it'd be best not to disturb them.
Do I see any? Actually, I would have to stay within the light source of somebody else. I don't have adventuring gear on me. I just noticed.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was one of my choices, and I chose the other thing instead.
You do see a large series. I think upon every wall. I am going to say that there is dim illumination here because there is a series of blue flaming torches.
Okay.
Not brightly illuminating the confines of the area, but dimly illuminating it.
I would also like to cast Detect Magic, and I would like to utilize Detect Magic to examine the area.
What sense?
Sight.
You are... Can you give me a Defy Danger roll?
There's a
I
shit ton of
I haven't even
magic.
cast it yet, but
Okay, roll Defy, or roll your cast then.
I cast it.
Now roll your Defy Danger.
With
This is probably going to be Wisdom. You are temporarily blinded. Your spell is not dispelled, but you open your eyes, and your retinas are partially burned for a few seconds as there is just an intense amount of magical energy radiating throughout the confines of this entire room.
Okay, guys. Don't touch anything, okay?
You do sense I think the brightest form of light was almost like looking at the surface of the sun, and it was coming from somewhere on the northern end of the room.
Indeed.
everything is trapped.
The entire room, air included, radiates magic.
Ah,
Is there some way to dispel it? I'll have to ask, of course.
Dispelling it isn't the problem.
The air did not radiate magic.
Okay. Thought you meant that
It was everything in the room was so blinding. Like there's so much magic in here that you opened your eyes and it was like looking into the sun.
Right.
Tolston, if this is thy family armory, quote quote. You know of anything about it?
Well, I can tell you countless stories of things, but I don't know how much of them are true. Said it said that my ancestor once had a knife that could cut through the universe.
Aye, but Settlemon says that there's magic everywhere.
We already found a knife that can cut through the universe. Mirai has it.
Really now?
Aye.
Perhaps it is just the magic from what's collected here, and it is not actually a trap. I'll ask with a bit of curiosity in Telmon's direction.
The items themselves exude magic, but I'm more worried about those orbs. I could dispel them, but I don't know what the consequences of doing so would be. It could be very well magic is keeping this room up, for example.
Perhaps Graves can access the equipment even if we cannot.
Perhaps. I was trying to get to be able to roll some reality.
These. Do you want to?
I would love to. I would love
Go
to
ahead.
I would love to roll high and get three questions I can ask you.
Roll.
Oh yeah. Yay!
Thank
Oh,
God.
14.
Finally.
I can ask you any 3 questions I want, it looks like.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
In certain situations, this can be very interesting.
Indeed. I've been trying at it for a while now. Now I have to think what I want to ask you. How would we remove the items from this room without triggering the magical trap?
These items are guarded by the orbs, you can tell, but they are the same orbs that guarded the entrance. And you, looking about, can infer by the glowing as you guys are walking. You notice that they glow in the presence of Tolston. It seems like as long as you're near him, you get a pass.
Right. If we were not to be near him, what would the orbs do?
They would try to strike you dead using arcane force of such power as you had never seen.
Good to know. Are there any consequences from the room itself to removing the items from the room?
Only the consequences of destiny if you were to introduce a magic item of power into the world outside of the room. No consequences as a result of the room itself.
I turn to Graves and say, from the magical energies that I can detect, I believe that as long as we stay close to you, we won't trigger any of the magical traps, per se. It seems that, being of the Graves bloodline, items here are yours.
I grab
should
Loco
you
by the
desire.
collar to keep him from wandering off.
Upon hearing that, I'll go over to Lotho, and, or I'm sorry, over to Tolston, and I'll say,
I imagined you walking away as he was saying
Step-
stuff.
step closely to some things, if you may.
Alright, so you start having Tolston make a circuit around the room, and I think as you do, each of you guys are drawn to a few things individually. It occurs to you that given a few days, you may be able to go through this room thoroughly. But that
we not have a few days though.
Yeah. So, let me see what exactly each of you is drawn to.
Is there mayhap some armor somewhere?
You're looking
that's
about.
my concern.
You you are drawn to a bright display case. And let's see what's in it. It's actually not a display case. You are drawn to an armor rack and a right next to it a shield rack, Fergus. Upon the armor rack, you find a fantastic example of studded leather armor. It's perfectly boiled, and it looks to be supple and well maintained. It doesn't look to be anything special, however, aside from the fact that it maintains the Graves crest on it. The shield, however, is a completely different story. It is an old, worn bronze round shield. It is in good condition. On its inner facing, as you pick it up, you notice there are several dwarven runes carved into its metal surface, along with the somewhat primitive angular likeness of a dragon.
What do the dwarven runes say?
Um,
Or did they not say anything in particular?
They do say something in particular. It says, "Shield of Adrisgard, the Dragon Slayer, he who saved, he who saved us from the apocalypse dragon, Fenris."
Aye, this is a mighty fine shield.
Do they have any more
Fenris?
armor on that wreck?
Like
Fergus?
Fenris the Green, the guy we killed before.
That was Fendris with
Okay.
a D.
Slightly different.
Glad you're thinking that far back into the campaign, though. Do you want to take the shield and the armor there, Fergus?
Is the armor like sized for a dwarf or?
You can find dwarven-sized armor here. There's several racks of this. It looks like it's nothing spectacular, but it is studded leather. It's better
Alright.
than nothing,
I
would say.
It is better
Um,
than nakedness.
So it's your typical leather armor. Let me
Was that one armor, one weight?
let's see here. Yeah, leather, one armor, worn, one weight. The shield. There is one other bit of armor you find, Fergus, before we move on to somebody else. The shield is 2 weight and +1 armor. And Telmon, do you still have Enchanter?
I do.
I'm going to go ahead and transfer this over to your sheet anyway, Fergus. You have Shield of the Dragon Slayer, which couples very well with your axe, which is ironic considering I made this shield several months ago.
Yep. So now you have the shield of dragon slaying, the axe of dragon slaying, and you can breathe fire yourself with the Sunfire Ring.
He's got something else coming.
Boy.
Give him wings, he'll be a dragon.
There is something with wings, but it does not have anything to do with flight. Right, there you go. There's the shield. Nearby, you also spot, Fergus, a helm. This wonderfully crafted winged steel great helm has an air of history and importance to it, and light always seems to catch it at just the right angle. Yet it seems untarnished by wear or combat, save for the occasional scratch. It is a magnificent helm with wings upon its side. Do you take it?
I pick it up and examine the craftsmanship.
It is absolutely superb. The Shield of the Dragon Slayer is obviously made by mortal hands, magically enchanted. You know, you feel it within yourself that the Shield of the Dragon Slayer is magical. This thing seems almost like it's from another plane. Like this could not have been made by mortal hands.
I, the finest dwarven smith, could not create something this nice. We come close, but not like this. Yes, I suppose I do.
Would it
Alright.
be a certain helm from a certain game of a godlike being known as Bunko?
No. I was always curious what that did, but you have Helm of the Valkyries. It is 1 weight and a +1 armor. I'm not shitting about that. and it gives you some interesting things. I'll let you read over that. You now have a heat counter and an honor counter, given your specific things now. Have fun with those. So while Fergus is arming himself or armoring himself, I think Power Chord, you are drawn to a specific corner of the room as well. Power Chord, you too spy a set of armor. However, it is distinctly different than everything else in the room. It is almost like looking at a cast iron furnace than a real piece of full plate. It is an absolutely gigantic suit of full plate mail. It is off black. It must weigh a ton. It's bulky, and it has the most interesting contraptions built into its arms and upon its shoulders. The official description is thus: this heavy black full plate looks more a giant cast iron furnace than armor, thanks to its massive bulk. It is huge, weighing more than most typical humanoids. It is unbelievably solid and resilient, yet despite its bulk is comfortable to wear, being unusually well padded on the interior. Attached to its arms and shoulders are a series of well-made pipes and funnels, which clank and add to the already bulky armor. This seems to be suited fairly reasonable to your size and bulk. Do you try to take this up, Power Chord?
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's see. Now this is going to be a little bit of a bitch to fit onto your character sheet, probably. It is even heavier than normal plate mail. It is 4 armor, worn, clumsy, and 5 weight. It is plate mail of the Sonic Soldier. I'm gonna copy it over to your sheet.
Oh god, it's gonna make metal hurling even better. Tell already.
It is pretty extreme. I think also nearby, as you are donning the armor, you notice. I think your eyes are just inherently brought to an odd figurine upon a shelf. It is a small, heavy stone figurine, which seems to be a primitive, somewhat simply carved rendition of a horse. Your eyes and your hand seems oddly drawn to it, Power Chord.
Ooh, coins.
You take it up, and you definitely feel a distinct magical feel to this thing. And I am going to say that there is an error here, Telemon, that you are feeling, that when you are certainly recognizing it, that when you are interacting with these objects, you are in fact discovering what is known about them. There seems to be some sort of enchantment here radiating throughout the room. You gain the Steed of Stone here, Power Chord. It is 1 use per day. It is 1 weight, but it has a load of 15, which may be required to heft you in your bulk.
It actually has a lag while it's transferring the text.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now I need to make a bunch more counters to top my page.
Well, there are counters in the magical items
Oh, I
themselves.
wanted to ask you, Star. Has the deck
Mhm.
recharged yet? I don't know what the time of day is outside.
Yes.
Well, what I'll do is I'll make counters at the top that link to those, so I can see what they are from the top of the
Okay.
page. So,
I'm just gonna go ahead and just with these nice upgrades, I'm just gonna ditch my melted loot and my leather armor here and now.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Don't need them anymore.
Let's see here. There's still more to come.
You're giving up your club?
I didn't have a club. It was
That's,
a melt. It was just
that's
a
what I
melted
thought it
lump
was.
of metal.
That's what Lotho thought it was when he saw it. So that's why he's asking.
Lotho, you are drawn to a case of glittering jewelry.
Ooh.
There seems to be 10 or 15 items in here. You know, you can snag these as you want, but there's one in here in particular that catches your eye. It is a silver ring with an inset single polished piece of jet. Do you what languages do you speak, Lotho?
I only speak a few actually, but I only read a couple. I speak Dwarf, Rattling, Halfling, and Elvish, but I only read Common and Halfling. If Halfling's even a language.
I think you recognize enough about it to recognize that this is Elvish written on the outside in the inside of the ring, but you don't know what it says.
Okay, I'll ask the wizard. What does this say?
So you hand it to Telemon. Telemon, you feel definite, distinct magic from this thing. On the outside, etched in Elven, are the words "Knowledge is the key." On the inside is written, "The mind is the door."
Interesting.
I'll be pocketing a bunch of gems while he's checking it out. By the way,
do you take the ring back?
After he's read it, yes.
Do you give the ring back? You always have to ask with magical rings.
I do.
Okay. You have the Ring of Stolen Wisdom. It is 0-8, and I'm going to transfer it to your sheet. Interestingly, I'll read this one out loud because it is pretty interesting. You may use this ring to acquire the knowledge which someone else possesses. When you choose to use this ring upon touching someone else, one piece of knowledge of your choosing leaves their memory and enters your own. You know this fact or bit of wisdom every bit as well as they did. However, the GM will choose something from your own mind to take the place of that which was stolen. The other party is only aware of this transfer if this knowledge is currently in their surface thoughts, or if the knowledge which they themselves gained in some way leads them to the conclusion.
Okay. It's interesting.
Very neat. Very useful in the right situation.
I plan to use it nightly. No, I'm just kidding.
You are also drawn to a pair of boots.
Oh, okay. I'll check those out.
A very fine pair of supple black leather boots, polished with bronze buckles, exquisitely crafted. Do you put them on?
Yeah, I huck off my old leather shambling shoes and go to place on these nice little boots.
They seem inordinately comfortable and sure of tread, and they always seem to get just a little less dirty than they probably should, and it takes hardly any effort at all to get them clean back like new. You gain Strider's boots, which are every bit as good as you can probably think. We're getting the loot dump here, man.
This is what happens when you find the armory of things magical and arcane from many centuries.
Yeah. Let's see what else we have here. I am aware that we are a little bit after time. We're wrapping this up. I figure people will make an exception for the handing out of magical loot.
Most people will.
Haru Deshret. You're watching everybody, start to pick through the items here, and you're drawn to an object, and the closer you get, I guess, the more ominous you feel in the pit of your stomach. And your hand kind of tightens around the base of your double scythe. Resting in a position of honor upon and I think Telamon, you're probably standing near him as the others are going about this. Resting upon a position of honor upon a like a small weapons rack, I guess. It's not a weapons rack. It's definitely a display case of red velvet. Even there is a broken weapon. It is very familiar to you. In fact, it looks. If you hold up your scythe, it looks like one half of your scythe.
Look like it's the identical side, or possibly another one from the order.
How would you determine?
See if there's any, custom adorations to it, since I figured that I add, various amounts of gold and gems to my gear.
What's the thing you remember most adding to your weapon that you're maybe the most proud of?
Maybe the line of silver trim along the edges and things along those that gives it a bit of a shine when it's not powered up.
So with some trepidation, you are examining this thing. I think maybe you set the other one down to the side and you pick this one up. There is indeed a faded line of silver trim, and even as you're kind of taken aback by this, you notice a large kind of scar across the metal, and you look back and there's the exact same scar on your weapon. This weapon looks older and more beaten up, but for everything that you can determine, it is the same weapon.
Definitely may ask Telamon about this, as if he has any ideas how this could be. I'm very confused by this, of course.
Then I will, of course, have a look. Chanter's getting a workout today.
This is not magical.
Huh. Interesting. Haru's going to say perhaps this is evidence of our success. Perhaps, well, then he paused for a second. Then again, if that is true, and somehow I was able to bring this to the past, then things have not changed, and I'm going to sound very evil by that fact.
Perhaps things have changed in the past. This is just, perhaps the keep is built regardless.
I'm going to kind of shudder as I pick my real weapon up, and I'm going to strap it to my back, and I don't have the weight to carry a broken version of my own weapon, especially since it doesn't do anything special about it. So I will keep looking to see maybe if there's some armor or something.
Your weapon isn't like based on anything, were you? Is it like a tradition in your? Is it like a unique weapon to you, or is there like a tradition in your faith?
The double-bladed sai is common in my order, but this one seems to be the exact same weapon. And I'm going to make like a note of the decoration and the where the cracks happened.
What do you mean the past?
It is a long story, Lotho.
We will have to bring you up to speed, I guess. We have time.
What year is it, by the way?
I do not know because we are not on the other map.
For everybody else, it is the year 817.
817? Oh my gosh. I've been down here for quite some time.
Yes, you have. I believe that is a lengthy enough prison sentence, and no more will be required for your actions.
So while this is going on, I think your doubts are still lingering in your mind, Haru. Your eyes are drawn to a small wooden box resting upon a nearby table.
I will definitely check that out.
You open it rather tentatively, and inside are 3 white candles. They look a little bit ornamental, but they do faintly radiate magical energy, even as you're kind of picking the box up.
Yeah, I'll pass these over to Telemon and say, how about these? Do you see anything about these? And I'll let him look them over.
Candles.
Yeah, Telemon, these are candles of truth. The candle burns for 1 hour, emitting a dim light around it. Within its light, the effects of magical illusions are revealed, although things hidden by mundane means have no greater chance of discovery than a normal candle. I think perhaps more importantly, no lies may be spoken within the area of light shed by the candle while it burns. Speakers unaware of the magic of the candle are not cognizant of the source of this effect, although will recognize that they are unable to speak in falsehoods. This candle is ever snuffed out, or when it burns out naturally, the magic ends and is forever gone. There are 3 candles. It is single use and 0 weight.
I will definitely add these to my inventory here.
All right, I'll put them over. There are 3 of them.
Yet another method for the paladin to determine truth is added to his repertoire.
Yep. And Telemon, I think it's as he's examining these that you are drawn finally to something.
Did I find any armor that was of Minotaur size?
Difficult question, that.
I'll have to think about that for a second.
Sounds good.
Any particular tall people in your family graves?
Telemon, you are drawn to something that looks hauntingly familiar, but you cannot place where from.
Not the book, is it?
There is a book.
God.
It is worn and weathered. It has thick red leather cover. Do you pick it up?
I think I do. And
All right. Once again, the wizard Telemon has reacquired the Book of Corin.
Oh, it's that book. I thought it was the book that made me young again.
Yeah. Made him forget everything.
No, very different book.
Okay, good.
Book of Corin, 1 weight. For everybody who does not remember what this is Telemon's laser book.
Unfortunately, I now have no wisdom to power it.
Yep. Also lying nearby, something which may be of some interest to you, Telemon, is a small, I guess it's a foot-long copper rod engraved with numerous flowery elven symbols. One end of the rod is hollowed out, forming a tube, and there is a small button placed halfway upon its length.
Huh.
Do you pick it up?
I do.
So this is a rod of fire extinguishing.
Thank God.
When its button is depressed, a thick cloud of steam-like vapor is expelled from the end of the rod, flowing out with enough force to form a 15-foot cone. This cloud is able to extinguish small, non-magical fires easily. However, fire of greater size or those of magical nature require more power to deal with. The rod has 3 charges. Expending 1 charge extinguishes a medium-sized non-magical fire or a small-sized magical fire. 2 charges extinguishes a large-sized non-magical or a medium-sized magical, or a minorly powerful fire element creature. 3 charges extinguishes a gigantic-sized non-magical fire, a large-sized magical fire, or a moderately powerful fire elemental creature. Every 24 hours, the Rod of Fire Extinguishing regains 3 charges.
Yay! You have
Before,
you
before
know
the
exactly
end,
how
Talmud
long
can
I.
finally put out fires.
It's you. I've been asking for that for how long? I think.
I'm just disappointed that this didn't come up one episode sooner. I would have laughed if you had used it to kill a certain salamander.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Like
Came up
sticking
my
in
ground.
his throat.
Then again, if I could extinguish the fires he caused, I wouldn't be nearly as mad at him.
It only burns you another way with steam.
Yeah. All right. So I think those are the magical items I am dealing out.
Yep, and I have weight to account for now.
Unfortunately, there is no Minotaur armor here.
But in this room, I have not yet found the item in which I came here to get.
No, but
We haven't
you
gone to the
do
northern
sense.
place.
Yeah, remember, you do sense a significant source of magical power from the northern end of the room, but we will touch on that next week.
Right up.
So I believe everybody got 1 or 2 magical items here of significant power.
Yep. And I now have more weight than I can carry. So I can decide what I want to do about that. Because I was already at 8 weight. That puts me at 10.
How you liking those boots there, Lotho? Seem like they're going to come in handy.
Probably, yeah. Kind of neat.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and stop recording for the session.
I gotta start running and walking.